Awesome. All right, hello everybody. Welcome to round one of the Red Riot Games Pro Quest Season 2. We're getting right into the first round here, and it looks like we've got a chain mirror. So we don't have the names up on screen yet, but it'll be interesting to see if these two decks are very similar, or if somebody's running some interesting tech that, you know, lets you do something sneaky and fun in the mirror here. Curious if we're going to see any Talismans of Warfare in this.
I don't know. I'd be surprised if we did. I don't feel like most lists have been including them, even though I actually think it's super busted card.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Arcane Barrier that's commonly run in the matchup, unless your Skullcap's turned on. But hey, if you're trading a blue to block just the Arcane off Rosetta, it threatening a Talisman of Warfare proc, I think you're doing pretty alright. It's worth having on the board.
Oh, so Kevin, it looks like Kelvin Lau against
Brandon Chow.
Okay, there you go. So I actually played Kelvin last week at Harris P, and he's playing the double belittle build, the yellows and the reds.
Double belittle, interesting.
Yeah,
You know what? Probably good. Probably solid in the mirror, because it's not like you're gonna have time to shackle up. Yeah.
The deck is incredibly fast. Being able to
I mean,
fish up either the resources or the red non-attack is actually crazy. But it looks like Brendan has the Art of War in hand for next turn, so next turn is definitely going to be big.
we're seeing the invert get pitched. Not much you can do this early on in the game.
Yeah, getting stuck with a no attack hand is pretty bad. When you're stuck going second here, you're basically just making a rune chain, swinging a sword, tackling up.
Yeah, I mean, 3 damage isn't what you want to be pushing.
No.
And I mean, the Howl's out of the hand, which is, I mean, fine enough. Probably not exactly what you want to be seeing in this matchup anyways. Probably want to be playing 0 cost out of Banish, not your 2s. But it'd be nice if it, you know, had a target.
Looks like 2 Minnowisms, Siege up into. I can't tell if the other one's a blood deck card. There you go, 1 shackle. Would love to see it, a ghostly visit.
Do we know what we have in the arsenal for Kelvin?
I'm not sure. I didn't see what he tucked down there. I do like the white history pack rune chant though.
You know, for permanence on the board, I think the white border looks pretty solid. Alright, Shadow of Ursa, proccing the go again with the Banish on Riftbind. So he's going to be coming in for at least 3 attacks this turn, maybe more.
I'll assume Brandon just takes the 3 here and moves on.
Yeah, I'm assuming so. I think Kelvin also took the 3 last turn, right?
Yeah, I would assume he did. I don't think the life totals are updated. Yeah, this matchup really just comes down to who's stuck blocking first. Whoever blocks first pretty much loses.
I mean, yeah, assuming everybody gets even enough flops, that's kind of what it ends up being. But, you know, if you flip the Dream off of Banish, then you can block and, you know, manage to return a little bit of tempo. Yeah, or in Brandon's case, he did Arsenal the Art of War, so he's got, you know, the first big power card of the game. It just depends on if he has the space to play it, depending on what Kelvin comes in with this turn. But a lot of thinking going on this block.
I think he took it. Kelvin's just deciding what he's playing next here.
Oh, sorry. Yep, you're right.
Mauvrion Skies in hand.
Mauvrion Skies in hand. I mean, this is going to be a 4-attack turn.
Yeah, you could play the Mauvrion Shackle up. Ooh, even better. Hal from the Arsenal. Shackle Riftbind for 7. I would assume you just bank your Ghostly for next turn in the Banish.
Yeah, and is that a minnowism in hand, or I'm
Uh,
assuming so.
it looked like a Seep of Shadows. It's hard to
Oh,
tell.
okay. I mean, either way, you're never not pitching for Rosetta, right? At this point in the game.
Not in the mirror, no. You definitely want to just press the damage as much as you can. I don't think you care to Arsenal. It's either that or Unhallowed Rites. It's hard to see. I'm sure we'll find out in a second. Yeah, it was Unhallowed Rites.
So we're pushing for a total of 14 damage on this turn, with the Ghostly Visit set up for next turn, which is pretty good. And I think, that's probably what Brandon was hoping to do last turn when he had a good chance to, but just didn't draw any attacks in the hand.
Can't tell what that last card in his hand is. It needs it to be a Blood Dead attack so we can banish for the Art of War.
Oh, miss off the top.
Oh, he has the Rift Bind, so he's good.
I'll choose banish and draw and +1/+1.
Yeah, selecting +1 as well.
Makes sense. Just so many cards already on this turn.
You hate to draw the Command and Conquer when the other person didn't arsenal the card.
Yeah, although it's not a bad card to arsenal on your turn and then just use it as effectively a replacement Rosetta.
Yeah, just rip the husk away.
Yeah, I mean if Kelvin draws, short on action points on his next turn and he does have something left to arsenal.
Who's the Howl?
Howl, Minnowism, Shackle, Riftbind, Rosetta, Arsenal.
That seems
Oh,
like
there's a
the
mob.
slide.
Yeah.
3, 6, 7.
I mean, again, unfortunate that he just, we're seeing what, 7. He's representing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards on the board right now, and only one of them's an attack.
I'm guessing that's a red Minnowism then.
Yeah. I mean, it is only one attack, but it is an attack for 12, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty juicy.
Yeah. I mean, but Shane on Art of War, you want it to be a bit more than this, right? Because he's only presenting 2 more damage than Kelvin did last turn, and Kelvin ended with Ghostly Visit and Arsenal, and it didn't cost him a power card, right?
You're effectively only doing 16 damage on Art of Wars, not what you want.
Oh, okay. Trying to get that early value out of Skullcap. Presumably going to be trying to push a lot of damage on this turn. Brandon's Arsenal the CNC, so that may come into play next turn.
Invert.
Ooh, there goes the Soul Reaping. And I mean, yeah, Soul Reaping's gone, but if I were Kelvin, I wouldn't be unhappy with any of this. Oh, he's got the Belittle in hand. Can he back it up? Oh, and he's got an Art of War.
He has a Shrill, it looks like, behind the Art of War, so he'll be able to reveal to it.
Yeah.
As long as it's yellow or blue.
What a card.
Shrill is very good.
I don't think we have any. Is he gonna hit the Art of War? Okay, no. Alright. Okay. So it was a blue Shrill. Oh, we're banishing the Belittle. Interesting.
We're doing another invert.
And I don't think we have any good targets in Brandon's yard for invert yet, do we?
There's enough targets. I just don't. You probably just want to bank on these and
Yeah, I mean, there are targets, but they're blood that play blood of banished targets, right?
attack wise, yes, I think so.
Yeah.
The non-attacks, you're okay.
I mean, now the question is, is Brandon reconsidering playing out that CNC now that we've seen, that there's an invert in the banish zone, or is he going to sit on it for a turn, depending on what the rest of his hand is?
I think you want to
But
threaten
we're
the husk
seeing,
like ASAP. So here comes the shrill. Can't tell if it's blue or yellow.
Directly at 2.
So it'll be 6 or 7 in the Art of War.
No blocks.
and this turns on Rosetta as well, because we started with the Gorganian Tome.
Yeah, and I seen he had a shadow puppetry in hand, so it's going to be puppetry into the ghostly visit into sword.
It's a good line.
It's not bad, considering you didn't even get the bandage off of your Art of War.
I mean, is there a world where you play out the belittle, find a Minnowism, have a mediocre turn, arsenal the Art of War, see what you draw next turn?
I mean, yeah, I would probably want to play the 5-card hand with Art of War, knowing that I had the husk to fall back on to
Yeah.
protect my arsenal regardless. That's
And
probably my line of thinking.
even if even if you know the CNC's coming in, I think we've seen 2 howls already come out from Brandon, so the odds are, because I'm pretty sure, well, I guess puppetry could buff it as well, but your armor would cover that too.
And you had the shrill in hand with the belittle. So revealing the shrill to belittle, going to get a red Minnowism, and then playing, I don't know if it was yellow or not, but like you're essentially doing 3 into 12, right? If it's a yellow shrill, it's pretty bananas on such a, what seems like such a weak hand.
Now, I'm curious as to what the exact life totals are, because Brandon did come in for a Riffine for 12 last turn that went unanswered. Oh, so we are inverting, and interesting. A Howl from Beyond and a Riftbind. That's 2 arcane damage dealt to Brandon, but that's... If Brandon's holding some blues, he's thrilled at that. Because those 2 cards on their own are a solid enough combo.
Yeah, it's surprising.
Interesting that he didn't... Yeah, interesting that he didn't banish the Minnowism, which is right on the top there. I know attack action-wise he didn't really have any options, but is he trying to play a Blood Deck game and have it spiral out of control for Brandon? If so, I feel like 2 Shackles is maybe a bit early, and I mean Brandon missed on this turn Shackle anyways, so
You basically just gave him the 2 cards that he probably would have, or that he missed on anyways.
7 damage from pitching a blue.
Yeah,
Ooh, and is that a Tome of Findel in hand there?
it is. Very good
Yeah,
tech
okay.
against Starvo.
I mean, hey, it's never going to be bad off of creepers, right? It's playable in the mirror you're playing with 4-card hands. It lets you cycle through, find some other stuff. So it seems we've got updated life totals here, 16 to 22. Although Brandon is down his husk, so that 6 life difference is closer to a 12 life difference. But it is his go, and he does have 5 cards. Still no arsenal to target with the CNC.
Yeah, that is always a feels bad moment.
But, I mean, it's still 6 damage, 2 resources. Which
Yeah.
may have been a solid option for him until Kelvin gave him 7 damage for 3 resources off of Howl Riftbind, right?
He did banish a
So-
runic reclamation. I don't know if surprised that makes a list in the mirror here.
Yeah, I mean, are you just trying to up your on-hit threat density, try to slow down one of their shackles,
It's just, it's such an expensive card.
It is an expensive card, and I was gonna say, you know, if you're tutoring up blue minnowisms, then sure, but that means the other card in your 4-card hand has to be a 3 attack or lower if you're also holding the runic to proc off the little, because you can't show the 7 power.
Get a long think on this one.
We're rearranging the board, make sure we're getting it all right.
He does it the way I do it. I like to have my weapon in the center, and my hero off to the side.
Fair enough. I mean, maybe he's trying to channel a bit of you here. Okay. So we're seeing Belittle bounding, pitching the mauve. Now, I'm assuming we're going to go for a blue minnowism here to help pay for what's in the banish zone. But if the rest of his hand is blue, maybe we see the red. I mean, maybe we see the red anyways, just because it makes Riftbind a +4, which is very nice.
Depends on how flush he is with the rest of his hand. It's definitely a red bounding he showed.
And I mean, you know what? At the end of the day, the fact that you get to choose between the red and the blue, and both are amazing answers for what's in your banish zone right now is, you know, it's a fantastic situation for Brandon.
It's a powerful combination. Probably, I wouldn't doubt if more decks attempt to fit it in.
I mean, it's very good. It's been dominating Commoner. Because that's relevant to this tournament.
Can't say I've played any Commoner yet.
Yeah.
No. You know what? It was expected. It wasn't expected, but you know.
So do we Creeper's Tome right now? Just to see what we draw into, if that affects the rest of the hand?
I feel like you probably want to get the Tome into Arsenal this turn, and then Creepers it out next turn. To at least better from the life gain as well, as long as you don't need the resources.
Yeah, I mean, but at 16 life, the question becomes: do you have one more turn to spare?
With the armor he has available, I mean, he has basically 3 armor on tap, so I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Okay, Riftbind for just 3.
Looks like. Interesting. So I'm now assuming that that's probably a red minnowism. Otherwise, I would have probably expected him to pay for the howl into the Riftbind. Unless he's planning on howling CNC to make it 9, but there's no on hit from that, so at that point you're just losing a damage.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it.
Oh no, okay. He's creepersing it to get an extra action point. Okay.
So my guess is Sword and then CNC. Arsenal the.
I would assume so.
Arsenal the Tome. I know you won't have resources for that. It looks like the red bounding's probably going to Arsenal. CNC for 9, Sword for 4.
Or is it pitch bounding DNC for 9?
What is the Husk doing in hand? This is just anticipating, I guess I'm going to block this next attack.
Unless, did he play out the Howl at instant speed before Riftbind resolve? No, okay, he didn't. Alright, so this is now a CNC for 9.
Yeah, and I'm guessing he's just going to keep the attack for Arsenal and swing the sword to keep the boots around one more turn.
Yeah, may as well. Interesting. Well, he opened the turn with Belittle, so I'm wondering why the Howl wasn't played at instant speed before the Riftbind came out, because that's just 1 point of damage. And there's no on-hit for CNC right now.
You're right, it is just 1 lost point of damage.
Those are allies, though, not six. Yeah, but the big
Alright, so now nobody has a Husk. Brandon's got a little bit of life. And an Arsenal. So I think it'll be very interesting.
He has an Art of War in hand, so I'd say this game really comes down to these 3 flips right here.
I was gonna say these 3 flips. Does he have anything good to banish from the Art of War? I couldn't see at the speed he was flicking.
I couldn't tell. So he's got 1 hit of Bounding and a Howl.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good enough to put a lot of pressure onto Brandon, and really limit him to seeing what he flops next turn to see if he's still in this game.
So my eyes would be rolling right now if I was sitting across from those flips.
I mean, has Brandon hit a single flip? I don't think so.
I think the only 2 cards I got to play from Banish were the ones off of Art of War and the ones that were re-gifted to him through Invert.
I mean, you know what? Props to Kelvin for the homie move of giving him those solid cards off the Invert. That's such a nice Banish zone. 2 Boundings and a Howl with Creepers online.
And it looks like a Shadow Puppetry in hand. This is, I hate to say it, but real bad for Brandon. He'll have all the action points he needs here. Looks like 1 Bounding's at least red. The other one I can't tell if it's yellow or red.
Yeah, unfortunately colors are eluding me a little bit. Is there a second blue in Kelvin's hand? Or I guess well, there's a Shrill, which I'm assuming is a pitchable color. I'm assuming he's thinking about how to sequence and where to put the Shadow Puppetry.
It'll depend on how many resources you have in hand.
Yeah, it depends on how many resources he has, because ideally you want to save it for as late as possible. But if it's your only reasonable non-attack... Oh, interesting. He's playing them all out in one go. Alright, so this is going to be a...
Yeah, that's...
This is going to be a big Bounding Demigod, that's for sure.
I guess he figures he's just going to shackle the next one and then swing the sword after, as long as...
Yeah. I don't know, I think I may have preferred to... 11, you need 3 dice to represent it. What a world. Oh, 12, we're counting the Art of War? No, 11.
Yeah, we could just flip 1 dice to 6 and leave the other one as 5. Probably works too.
Yeah, but 3 dice is more intimidating. It's an important consideration. I think I may have liked to have seen the Shadow Puppetry, this attack be a Shackle and then Shadow Puppetry the next one. Just in case. It gives Brandon the space to maybe commit blocks to this. You have a higher chance of blocking the Puppetry. But I think this way you're playing face up, but you're playing more damage on the board in one go, right?
Yeah, this is basically saying block this, because if I flip something good, you lose. If I flip a Riftbind, it's over for you.
Yeah. And realistically, the question now, how many 2 blocks is Brandon holding? And how many 3 block attacks does he need to keep for next turn? I mean, I see a Bounding in hand there.
It's like a Bounding, a Minnowism, and Intel. After that, maybe a Ghostly Visit.
Yeah, something shadowy on the right. Or his right. Because it's unlikely you're blocking all 11 of this.
No, I don't think you're at the point now where if you just slap down your whole hand and block, pretty much just giving away the game.
I mean, maybe keep a blue, hope you flip a non-attack, and then play out the bounding from Arsenal Rosetta. But I mean, that's putting everything on a hope and a prayer. I think your better hope here is to hope that that shadow puppetry misses, because I mean, there's only so many hits, and it looks like Kelvin's gotten most of them at this point. So. Yeah, I don't think armor's. Yeah, I don't think armor's a very objectionable decision here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see.
15 to 6.
At least
We're updating life totals.
Got a puppet
We're
trigger.
gonna
What do we got?
see.
Not a refine.
All right, there we go.
Or an invert.
Ooh, an invert would sting right now.
Arsenal, Tunic. Turn. Herald of Judgment, Tunic charge.
That's the chain broken. Probably gonna have to use those gloves again this turn. We're gonna be seeing, I'm assuming, Bounding Sword. Or possibly Rune Chant Bounding Sword, if we've got a blue in hand.
Yeah, that's 4.
Ooh, it's a red bounding too. Oh, it's yellow. +1 from the Art of War.
Yeah. I mean, we're not threatening lethal quite yet, but we're really close. I mean, now we're at that very finicky point where it comes down to, you want good banishes, but you don't want them to be that good, because a single point of blood debt stuck in your banish zone is gonna maybe be the decider.
Yeah, that turn 1 all non-attack action and really hurt this game for him.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. No tempo, and then your opponent starts on a free shackle, basically. Which landed. Yeah, so that's the blue, so we're going to see the Rune Chant Rosetta. That's going to be for 5. I can't imagine Brandon wants to go to 1 here. But he could go to 2. If he blocks with the grasp, keeps the hand, and hopes he can clear his entire blood debt.
You're definitely taking 3 from the arcane.
Yep. Oh, and the creepers.
Probably figures he's not going to have the hand to play out a non-attack.
Yeah. I mean, he knows more about his hand than we do. Let's see if Brandon can get his first hits of the game here.
Ghostly.
Oh. I mean, Ghostly's nice.
At least it doesn't have a prerequisite of needing a non-attack to play it.
Exactly. Although I think he does have the non-attacks this turn, doesn't he? Or, oh no, he's got a Ghostly
bounding, and I can't tell what the last guy is. Shadow Puppet.
Oh, okay.
Go. For 5.
And then a bounding and then a sword, I'm guessing?
Not bad. This is the red bounding in Arsenal.
Yeah. What's that last card in his hand? Oh, I guess he might be able to make a Rune Chant if he can't play it out, but...
Yeah. I don't know if you want to make a... Because he's technically on 2 life right now, right?
Yeah.
3.
Oh no, sorry, he's on 3.
Yeah, so...
I believe.
If you have the blue, you definitely don't make a Rune Chant. Just in fear that Kelvin has an invert in hand.
Yeah.
Then you just die on the spot. Although he did
I mean,
get
you
a
do,
block.
but I think we've accounted for 2 inverts from Kelvin already so far, right? We saw him pitch one super early. We saw him play one a couple turns ago.
Yeah, there's
I
that,
mean,
that means one unaccounted for.
yeah, it's one unaccounted for, but it's 1 point of known damage. You know, and we're at the point where, yeah, it's going to be a finicky blood debt thing where, you know, whose husk ticks them out more, or does Kelvin, you know, flip 4 blood debts and only play out 2 of them, kind of thing.
How many cards did Calvin just block with?
1 from hand plus the equips, I believe.
So he has 3 cards in there?
I think so. So Kelvin's taking 3 here, so he's going down to 3. Yeah, so Kelvin's going down to 3 after that Rosetta swing. That puts them both at equal life. Skullcap's not even an option.
So red down to 3.
Yeah, I think it's just for fear of...
He has 3 cards in hand. Oh, hopefully, see what he gets in the shackles. 1 hit, just 1. The ghostly, which is really good.
Yeah, and then Brandon would have lost 1 to the husk there.
2's on 2, so it's 3-2. Yeah, see, this is... Did he draw the double invert? Never know.
I mean, he arsenaled something. It may have been the invert, because otherwise, why wouldn't you just generate the rune chant? Because you're bringing Kelvin to equal life to you anyways, right? If he's going to invert you, you're inverted.
Well, Calvin has Minnowism, Captain's Call. I can't tell the third card. So he's definitely going to be able to attack, swing the sword.
Yeah, I mean, and Ghostly's coming out of Banished as well. I think it's
Brennan's only hope here, really, as far as I can tell, is try to go to 1, keep one blue in hand, and pray you flip 2 inverts. I mean, that's pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to give up a lot of his hand blocking, you know, any amount of arcane that Kelvin comes in with this turn, right? You need to commit a blue to Arcanite Skullcap because for that inevitable Rosetta swing.
Yep. And then these 2, yeah.
Captain's Call. Yeah, so this is gonna be a Ghostly for 6.
Depends on the color. So it might be, if it's a blue one, it doesn't even target the ghostly. I've seen that mistake happen before.
Yeah.
Is that a 4 or 6?
No, it looked like he was reaching for the sky. Yeah, I mean, the main thing here is that Rosetta's turned on, and looks like Brandon's got a lot of 2 blocks in hand, so maybe the 4 or 6 does matter. Is that a runic that he's looking to block with?
There is.
So we're going down to 1. Yeah, so that was a blue Captain's Call, it looks like.
Yep, blue Captain's Call.
Yeah, so...
okay, so he selected go again on it, and now the bounding is targeted by it, and yeah, that's the game. Chain beats chain in the last event. Chain is playable and nice.
Yeah, just about. Less serious sanctioned event, at least.
Happy to see.
Well, this is... Yeah, it's... He's just the big kid on the playground when it comes to so many of the other aggro decks, right? I think it's good to let them come out and have a chance to play this time around.
It's nice to have the aggro deck that's like just half a turn ahead of everyone else to be gone. Just open up more options.
Yeah.
To be perfectly
Exactly.
honest with
There's
you, if it wasn't for Husk, it wouldn't even matter. The deck
yeah.
wouldn't
I
be
mean,
too fast for anybody.
without Husk, one solid on-hit effect might be enough to swing that tempo, right? But
I would
man, six
imagine
life.
I would
That's a
imagine he
lot.
would struggle hard into every Guardian. Um, geez, struggle hard into
Every
Dorinthia.
guardian, every ranger. I think he still scales a little bit faster than Dorinthia, unfortunately.
Not anymore. Glistening
Well,
Steelblade, real good
not
card.
not anymore with not with glistening steel blade. I will grant you,
Glistening Steelblade, really good card.
it
Excited to
is
play
a
with
really
it.
good card. Yeah, I'm excited to see you play it because I
I
know
was
you're
actually
gonna.
uh I was actually thinking about or looking at the new Illusionist and thinking, oh, that's really annoying to have all these Ash Dragons out and whatnot. But the thought
You
of
get
like,
three counters in one turn.
yes, just the thought of taking a
Yeah,
turn off to like stack up 3 counters on the Dawnblade. And imagine you drew Glistening again and they had like a few more dragons out, and all of a sudden your Dawnblade's 1 for 9.
1 for 9.
Yeah,
What a
without
world.
and they have no way to just say, hey, Arclight Sentinel to just lose all your counters. You just have a fun time with it.
That's gonna
Also,
be very interesting to see.
yeah, I'm
I'm
also
I'm
interested in
intrigued.
trying
I'm
the new
intrigued by
sword
this.
too.
Really, you're interested in trying out the new sword?
Yeah, I think the new sword could be really cool as a more like a control option if you're against if you're kind of the nail the entire game. You're just playing as the nail and you don't get to be the hammer at all during the particular game. I think it could be really cool to like look to Arsenal the Glistening, and when you have like your 2 card hand, you effectively strip cards out of their hand because they have to block or else you get permanent counters for the game, right?
Yeah, that's very true. And I mean,
Or you could look to like take a little bit of damage on a turn if you were going to hold the Glistening and Arsenal with like say a blue and Iron Song response and basically make it so they can't block. All of a sudden now you got 2 counters, and now you're swinging 4 for 1 the rest of the game, things like that. Playing with Tunic instead.
yeah, I could see that being a solid option because I also what pitch. Um, you would need to. I'm forgetting separating new Dory from new sword. Can you recap for me what each one does? Because I'm thinking the line I have may not actually be possible.
I'd have to look it up again. I think the new sword is it gets +1 on the second swing of each turn, and Dorinthia is like Quicksilver Prodigy.
Yeah, when it gets go again, it can swing a second time, right?
First time it gets go. First time so she only works with the Dawnblade Resplendent, right?
Yeah,
So it's the first time that sword gets go again each turn. You may swing an additional time, whereas like with actual Dorinthia, you'd actually still have to hit to be able to swing a second time with it.
yeah. So I mean, theoretically, if they don't block the first swing, you could pitch a blue, swing, play out the new what's it called, run through the new yellow that she got,
Yeah, to get +2.
and then swing again for 5. 2 cards for 7 is average rate, but if you throw in a glistening steel blade, could be very solid.
I have been playing with a list, and depending on how like there's obviously space for meta dependent changes, but mostly on the D-React side of things, like how many shunts are required, whether a tunic is
Yeah,
required or not, will just be depending on like how good Bravo is really. I can't think of any other list I'd want to run a shunt into other than Dory or the mirror, but um, yeah, like cards like Slice and Dice seem so appealing now.
yeah, because it's there. It can be turned on, right?
Yeah, yeah. With the
It's
addition of run through, Slice and Dice seems really good. I think In the Swing is also like a good choice as a potential one or two of just as a another option to fish up. It's just a 0 for 3 on the second swing you can use to keep Iron Song responses in deck if you wanted to off Singing Steel Blade, or even against decks that don't want to block you very much. Like say it's an aggro deck and you want to pivot, and you have In the Swing in your arsenal or in your hand, doing something like Sharpen Steel, Slice and Dice, swing the sword, then run through, and then swing the sword again, the buff from Slice and Dice, and then you just get to end the swing for free, basically. Another 3. It just, that's off of 1 blue.
Yeah, I mean it's a 0 for 3 that doesn't require reprise, right? It's got alternative conditions, but reprise isn't one of them. So I think when they're both great, they do different things, and I think that's really useful. Also, all it takes is you run 1 copy, and now everybody playing against Dorinthia goes, geez, do I need to worry about 6 0 for 3s that I need to stress out about now? Because it's not like anybody's running enough defense reactions other than, maybe some more of the defensive Guardian players to actually stop any of those things, right?
Yeah, the deck is really interesting now. With the like hit and run becomes like a really good staple. I mean, not that it always wasn't, but like I'm just when I look at the deck, there's just so many more possibilities now. Like glistening just opens things up a lot. Like I feel like it lets you block more in a weird way against decks that want to like
Yeah.
throttle you because you have like these extra pivot cards now. Because before you really only had Steelblade Supremacy was your only like this turn you have to block card. Now you have 6 potential turns a game that do that. Um, I've also taken to sticky in 1 sneaky shatter just for Oldhim. Just
Nice.
destroy the
I
shield.
like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking you could surprise an Oldhim and just destroy his shield early in the game, and all of a sudden things are infinitely harder for him.
Yeah, all of a sudden, yeah, Crown becomes worse because you're only blocking 1 with that pitch card instead of 2 or possibly 3, right?
Yeah, those resources just go to waste.
I mean, the issue is, landing that hit in the first place, depending on what build the Oldhim is on, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna take this moment to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. And we will also be back for round 2 pretty soon.
Perfect.
And, maybe chain mirror matches aren't your thing, but some idle chat about the future of Warrior might be. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of chit chat between Mike and myself about some theoretical ideas for what you can do next season. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've taken a look at all of them. Oh, I've got thoughts on the new illusionist. I think the new illusionist is very, very interesting. I'm I think the thing that's really going to matter for her is how she removes Phantasm from her dragons. Right? We've seen a tiny sliver of her card pool, and currently it's just a single 6 attack, pops her dragon, and ends her turn immediately, with no possible form of recompense, because boots don't work off of Phantasm dragon attacks. Um, Currently, I think the only way to remove Phantasm from the dragon attacks is with passing Mirage, but I'm sure she'll get some M or rare or tool of some sort to remove Phantasm from her dragons, which could be very interesting because depending on when you her weapon just gives dragons cost 0 attack abilities. Um, yeah, I think it's an if. I don't. Somebody, and this is entirely unverified online information, but I read somewhere somebody said that there's not space for there to be a draconic illusionist majestic weapon. So I don't know. Maybe we see a legendary. Maybe we see a generic illusionist M. Um, who knows? It'll be interesting to see. But there's a lot that's been shown. I think pre-releases are going to be a headache and a half. because there's a lot of interactions that she has with her own cards, building stuff, positioning the board, and I think it's going to cause a lot of confusion. Um, at least for those first couple of weeks. Well, I think that'll be interesting. Does the other dragon look like a Volcor dragon? Because I know that the whole lore of the thing is that the aristocratic elite are all fighting each other for power constantly, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe her dragon is fighting against somebody else's dragon, and et cetera. But oh yeah, the first one we saw. Yeah, I think that could be interesting. Oh yeah, he's he's definitely from Volcor. I think the one thing that makes me skeptical is looking at him. He doesn't look like he would be on the side of a rebellion. You know what I mean? I feel like he's on the side of he looks like he's on the side of the imperial aristocratic elite trying to maintain their hold of power. But hey, I would love to be wrong because I think Command and Conquer guy is very interesting. Oh, brilliant! All right, I'm excited to see what matchup we get. Oh, I thought we were back there for a second. Well, while we wait
Sorry about
for
that. I'm back.
pairings and camera. Yep. Well, we had a flash of a game on screen for a second, so I'm assuming we're going to be getting into round two pretty soon.
Sweet.
Um, pardon?
I said that's sweet.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the next matchup on screen is, and I'm liking the pattern we've got of commentating on the match and then having a chat about maybe some less represented heroes. Ooh, okay. This is a fun one here. I'm enjoying this. We've got old school Bravo. Props to Aiden for bringing that one out. And we've got Derek on chain.
Okay, so knowing both of these players,
Oh,
oh, he's
wait.
playing
That looks like.
Starvo.
Oh, no. It's the star of the show. Oh, the thumbnail fooled me.
You
Well,
tricked
this
me.
is this is a pro tour match if I've seen one. So
Well,
we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the activations go. We'll see how the flops go, and we'll see how tightly people can defend and see if that makes the difference to bring the game real close.
this will be interesting to me because I'll be interested to see how Aiden decides to approach, whether he goes for to pressure and try to get out channels when he can and whatnot, or go to fatigue. I know I've seen Derek play through fatigue before, so I don't think that's the best choice, to be honest. I actually think the best way to attack chain as Darvo is to activate when you can and try to get channel out as often as you can.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to who identifies what the other player is playing, right? So if Aiden can realize that Chain brought a fatigue plan in on like turn one, turn two, you can hit the gas on Starvo, one, two good activations, and you're set. And then, like
Or
you said, a channel to fill in the gaps.
you don't even have to
But
ask, or you don't even have to wait. You just ask how many cards are in deck. If it's less than 68, then you could just
yeah,
fatigue.
fair point. There's some sneaky chains out there who run a 64 card fatigue and just kind of try to set up for the ultimate turn, but that's really hard to do when you're playing against a deck that runs Channel Lake Frigid. Because Channel Lake Frigid basically almost as good as Arclight Sentinel in this matchup, arguably even better. So we'll see how it goes. We've got the Rampart here,
Definitely one of the most
threatening chain
busted
that
cards
if
in the
they
game.
are going for fatigue. Rampart?
No, channel like frigid.
Oh yeah, Channel Lake Frigid is insane. The amount of disruption that it has, even against decks who only do one or two things a turn, is phenomenal. Is that a red Crush the Week?
Actually, amazing to me the how good two of the channels are and how bad one of them are.
I really like Channel Lake Thunderstep. Channel Lake Thunderstep, I think, makes the most fun Starvo build possible, which is you run Channel, you run some Lightning, you run every tome that you can squeeze into the deck, and you just hit them with just two medium attacks a turn. Ooh, is that an early Pulse of Eisenloft that Aiden drew into
Not
with a
sure what
flash to back it up?
I'm
Well,
curious who chose
the
to go
life
0 in the dice
counters,
roll.
I I would assume it would have had to have been Aiden because who doesn't want to go first in this matchup?
Last week, Joel selected first, or sorry, selected second in the same matchup.
Oh, interesting. All right. As
Wanted
Sarvo or
to,
as Chain?
as Starva, wanted to temple my hand, which I thought was interesting.
Very interesting. All right, so we're seeing first card pitched is Invert. I mean, that's a great card to pitch if you are going for the fatigue strategy. But I think we need some more information before we decide. And that's going to be a raw Riftbind.
1 and 3.
And Rosetta's not even turned on at this point, which to me signals if I'm Aiden, I'm okay with what's happening here. You know, it's signaling to me that Derek has drawn a bit of a dud hand.
Well, he's on the rampart, so I'm guessing he's probably going to attempt a fatigue here.
Yeah. But I'm thinking Aiden's going to come in with something like he's got the fuse in hand.
So if you're picking, what are you playing? Stalagmite or the rampart?
Well, if I'm picking, I'm playing Rampart because I don't own a stalagmite.
Okay.
Um,
I'll assume I'm lending you one, so you have a choice, you know?
in that instance, I think it depends on the player who I'm playing against. If I know anything about them, then that would probably be my deciding factor.
Okay,
Um,
so it's me?
in the it's you on chain.
Sure.
I'm bringing Rampart. I reckon I'll be fine fatiguing you the easy way. I don't need
Okay.
to sweat. I've seen your chain play. But realistically speaking, I think at this kind of mid-level event, I would probably opt for the Rampart because it puts more onus on the opponent to play around it very, very well.
Yeah,
Because you need to set up your pitch stack such that you're not breaking the chain.
yeah, hilariously, I always find like that can be such a good strategy, just force the other person to figure it out.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. And I mean, it's not like it's not a solved thing, right? Chain, the information exists. You know, if you Google or YouTube video search whatever, you will find videos that say how to beat fatigue as chain. It's just a matter of do the cards line up for you, and can you pull it off, right? Because there's a lot of counting, and there's a lot of ways that Starvo can kind of mess up the count. Because I mean, it is still Starvo. It's not like you can take turns off and fatigue for free or like pitch stack for free like you do against Oldhim. Because if you don't pressure Starvo, he will come in for a 13 damage turn, possibly with an on hit. So we're seeing puppetry
Puppetry.
straight into another Riftbind here. So the amount of Riftbinds that are being played out immediately, I'm thinking Derek isn't going for fatigue because you want at least a little bit of those to back you up. Because they even though we're post seeds, those attacks still get big. But this one just for 5, assuming it's a red. We covered 2 from Crown, presumably into Rampart. Is that an unmovable in hand for Aiden? Oh no, it's a spinal, it looks like.
Hmm.
So it looks like we're taking, or it looks like we're past defend step at this point. So we're getting the shadow puppetry trigger. Interesting. So my assumption here is that Aiden has the fuse for that spinal and wants to come in, catch that husk out really early, and keep pushing things forward.
Yeah, we got the life updated now.
There we go. And I mean, yeah, at 36 to 28, he's got the space to play with it, right?
I swear that looks like a runic in Derek's hand. Maybe I'm crazy.
Well, if it is, it does the only job it needs to do, which is right now pitch for Rosetta.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, if it's in against Darville, it's just chaff to use to block.
Oh, we're We're blocking with the evergreen.
And sword.
Oh, it was the mauve. Mauvian skies there being
Yeah, I
pitched.
thought I was crazy. Rush the week.
You
I'm
know what?
guessing
It
that he just
forces
wants
a
to.
card and some armor.
Yeah, I'm guessing that he just. Ooh, double
Ooh,
Art of War.
double Art of War. Does he have the cards to line up for it? Is the question.
I would hate to draw that.
Oh, he's got an Unhallowed there, so that's something decent at least.
The problem is if there's two reds in your hand, you're resource light.
Oh, and
You're definitely not pitching away Art of War, because you're just you may end up banishing it later.
I think he has to. I think he has to pitch Art of War, play Art of War, banish Unhallowed, draw, and then see what happens. But Aiden's setting up for hopefully, or I think what he's planning on getting here is that fused spinal. I mean, I want to see these updated life totals to see if he has the space for it. Because that first fused spinal isn't going to do anything; it just baits out Husk. But the second one, or the second fused Oaken,
Yeah,
might
if
do
you have a
something
way.
actively disruptive.
If you're not careful and pay attention to what's vanishing, that thing is gone next time around.
Yeah. So we've got an Unhallowed, we've got a Bounding. Art of War is active. I mean, it's looking like a good turn for Derek, all in all. Oh, Marvian Skies out of Arsenal. I'm assuming that Shrill is going to be pitched at some point.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Seeping
Seeping Shadows to the
Shadows.
bottom. Alright. So he's planning... he's at least hedging some bets for a little bit of fatigue. Although I don't know what the starting deck count was, and I don't know if pitching that Art of War is a master stroke that's going to come straight into your hand, or if it's just going to get banished on the flop.
Well, we'll count it out. What, 6 turns later?
Yeah, sure. But without the starting deck number, we can flip a coin. That'll
I
be
think
about
it's
as close as we're going to get.
I think it's a safe estimate. Was a shackle bounding into sword, pretty good.
It's always a good turn. You're effectively paying 1 resource for 8 damage there. No, 9 damage, because it's buffed up from Art of War. Oh, so we've tunicked to crown away Spinal.
I'm gonna guess since he's not blocking anything here, he's got the crippling in hand. Probably that has the fuse.
The fused crippling. Yeah, but again, Husk is still alive. It's not gonna.
And he's about to put
It's
a
not
Tumble
gonna.
Fiendel in Arsenal.
Interesting. I mean, he's put out a good amount of damage this turn and last, so
Yeah, with that Tome in Arsenal, you just block, refill your hand, get some life back. Pretty nice.
yeah. I mean, and now's as good a time to use creepers as any. Although we're gonna be at least 1 card down from blocking that crippling.
The creepers are your best tool in this matchup. Like against fatigue, it's super important.
Oh, not fused. He has another Spinal in hand. I mean, if he can bait out the Huskier, that's absolutely brilliant. But I don't, I can't imagine Derek would fall for it, right?
I don't hate the idea of pressuring this way. I just think that you're probably playing Stalagmite if you're playing this game plan. Because I mean that shield
Yeah, I would
effectively can
agree.
block like the sword plus whatever it blocks. Like, I mean, add even used at worst, you're blocking 6 in a turn.
Yes. And he's...
You
Oh, he
effectively
drew
block
another
like
tome. Interesting.
yeah, you can effectively
Okay, so
block
he's
like
he's
12 damage in a turn
yeah.
or
So
across 2
Derek
turns.
accepting that he's taking a turn off, which is the dream for Aiden, depending on what this flop is, because he's got a crippling in arsenal.
Oh, and 3 blood
Wow.
deck cards.
And they're
Unreal.
all good. They're all so good. They play very well into each other. Is that last card a blue? If it
Yep,
is, that's the
it's
dream.
Eclipse.
Yeah, it's the Eclipse. All right.
So now you play the Howl. Ooh, maybe you don't play the Howl here unless I guess he wants to save the tome.
No, I think tome is for next turn.
5
Yeah,
go
so this
again.
is going to
Swing the
be...
sword. Keep the Riftbind. Pretty good.
I think that's the line.
Yeah, see, the shield here would just flat out save you 6 life.
Yep. And still be, possibly saving it another 5 for next time this happens.
Yep.
But man, Chain's still threatening 9 damage off a 1-card hand. What a world. And there it is. 2-2.
I'm guessing he's just going to play the
So
crippling here.
it would have to be fused, because if he's just playing it normally, then Derek gets to just, block with 2-3 cards and do the same thing again next turn. And now he knows there's a hit in his yard of Riftbind.
1-8 and show the fuse.
Oh, there's a channel. That might help for no fuse. But is it channel raw crippling?
Pretty
It
good.
is channel raw crippling. It it is pretty good, but yeah, because
It's
it
good. You
addresses
tax the
the
hand.
yeah. You tax the hand and you make it so that they can't just pitch that 1 blue and come in for 9 damage like he did last turn, right?
Yep.
The downside is Derek's still on 23 with a husk.
Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, this matchup got a lot tougher once Starvo couldn't really block.
And Lost Awakening, yep. Although I do like playing Tectonic Plating now. I think it's actually really good. Just an easy way to keep around the channel for another turn.
Yep. I mean, the only other alternative is blow up the Crater Fist, right? I mean, yeah, block with 3, take 2 to 3 damage, depending on what the cards were. Although we did see another Unhallowed go. But at this point, it's very clear we're not going to Fatigue. I'd be surprised if we make it another 2 turns or so.
We just
But
block with
still,
3 cards
22
and
life with the
pass.
husk. Uh,
3 hits.
what do we... Yeah, but another 3 good hits, too.
Yeah, with 1 card in hand and channel out, you're definitely not emptying your blood debt zone
I
this.
mean, yeah, you could save yourself 2 life off of Blood, probably, right? Play a 0 cost, play a 1 cost.
Yeah, if I was
Which, at
chain
this
here, I'd be
point,
pretty happy.
yeah, oh, absolutely, because all you need to do is, strip 1 or 2 cards out of hand each turn, right?
You can only really get 1 card out here. It's just going to be the Ursa. Everything else is going to be stuck there. He's not going to have the resources to pay for it.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be able to play the Tome effectively next turn either, because the channel will be out until end of turn. If that Tome is stuck there for another turn, he's not going to be able to use or block with a card and Tome and draw 2 on his own or on Aiden's turn.
Oh, there's an Oaken in hand. But we know there's no pulse, unfortunately. Because we saw that pitched, I think, turn 1 or turn 2.
There's even a normal fuse token would be nice, but looks like there's a blink in hand.
I mean, Channel's not sticking around, unfortunately. Yeah, just the vanilla Oaken. I think if you're playing up vanilla Oaken, you might just want to block with it. Because you're not getting the husk with it. You're not. I mean, maybe you're threatening lower the life enough with it. Maybe you do get the husk with it, but then he's got a 5-card hand with 3 great cards in banish, right? It's a tough spot for Starvo to be in right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking the husk is probably the right choice here. You just plop that bad boy down, take one. Effectively get to play a 300 card hand now with all the banished cards.
I mean, yeah, we're flipping an additional 5, so he might hit 2 or 3 on that. He's got 5 cards to play with. He gets to draw off of Tome. What do we have? I mean, there's the last Art of War, so that's something. But again, 2
Being on
decent
7
hits.
with 5 playable cards and a full hand and an arsenal.
5 playable cards that play out naturally as well, because Shadow of Ursa and Howl don't consume action points, right? So it's not like there's 4 bounding demigons in there where it's a struggle to even get them out.
Oh man, and you have puppetry in hand. Yeah, this is
Yeah, he's
I hate
got.
to call it early, but yeah.
There's just so many action points, and he's gonna draw the cards for it to pay for everything he could possibly dream of. But we're seeing the crown come out. Maybe we draw into the dream. I don't know what that would be for Aiden, but he saw 2 blinks go by last turn. I was holding a Frostfang and an
Frostfang,
Oaken.
Oaken.
Is that 2 Okens in there? Is that an exposed?
It looks like a blizzard.
Maybe. Ah,
Given
we
that he
were
has 3
starting the
cards in
Rampart
hand.
ticking.
Yeah, but you can avoid breaking the chain here by just bootsing in the shadow puppetry. Oof.
Banishing another bounding. I mean,
He
you're going to break
probably
the chain to get those boundings out, but it doesn't matter. You've got so many attacks coming in this turn.
he probably
It's
has one
fine.
blue in hand. It's a blue vexing. If you get him to pitch that, then the blizzard becomes really good. No, he's blizzard right now. Pay through it. One floating. Well, there goes the boots play.
Oh, see, interesting. In response to Blizzard, I think I would have played out the tome at instant speed. Because that would have cost you 2. It would have drawn you 2. Because now the only way you're playing out that tome at instant speed is if you pitch that shadow puppetry.
I don't think it really matters at this point. Aiden's got 2 cards in hand, and we got puppetry into a couple boundings coming, so now it's going to be
There's
unhallowed.
an Unhallowed with no go again, it looks like. I guess he's
Oh.
just setting up for the big turn next turn.
Mm. Okay, weird. I swear it was a puppetry in his hand.
I also thought it was. Maybe he decides it's worth more next turn than it is this turn. I mean, that's Aiden's armor
One too
gone,
many
4 life.
cards. There you go.
There's the invert. I can't imagine this would be anything but an Arsenal pass. Yeah, and it was the Blue Winter's Grasp as well, if that matters. But we're seeing Blood Debt start ticking and being relevant. Although he's got 2 inverts on offer for himself now. I'm assuming there's non-attack targets in Aiden's graveyard. I know, or maybe he's done a good job of pitching them all, because I was gonna say there's a flash, but he may have pitched that one. Oh, we're starting by pitching the invert. Right, another strong bounding. We're pitching the 2-block card, hopefully drawing into a 3-block card for Aiden. No, drawing into is that Lightning Surge, it looks like? Another 2-block. He's gonna need to throw in another card from hand here. Oh, but he's debating on 2 more. Yep. That's the downside of the deck. It can't block for 3.
Small downside when the deck is just ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Activates boots, puts in shadow puppetry, bounding. Another 5, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, get to play another bounding and then swing the sword.
I mean, it looks like
And then invert to finish the game.
I don't even think we're gonna get to the invert point. I think you bounding sword and he's out of cards anyways. Yeah.
There's the bump, and that's the game.
It is indeed. I feel like the tone was an Arsenal. I feel like there could have been some fun, flashy things. Not that Derek was ever pressured into a point of needing to do that, but I think it would be cool. I think Toma Findel at instant speed or with Go Again is one of the most interesting things in the game. Because, hey, what are we going to draw into? We can play out the rest of the turn. But thank you for watching round 2 of the Red Riot Games Pro Quest, everybody. Stick around. We'll be back for round 3, I'm sure, soon enough. In the meanwhile, why not check what the singles they've got on the site? I know they've got a couple Corshams up there. And, I don't know, Mike, am I insane for saying this, but possibly a fun build with Icelander. Put Corsham out, and you ice fuse an elemental wizard card every turn. I'm not saying it's going to be top tier. I just think it'll be fun. I think she's got the best opportunity to continuously trigger Corsham out of anybody so far.
I can't say I've thought about it.
Oh, but you're Mr. Wizard. I thought you'd be all over it.
Sorry, just 1 second.
All good. All right. We'll see everybody again for round 3.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
All right, welcome back. So we're still waiting on round 3, but revisiting my other terrible idea, Corsham and Icelander. What do you think?
I actually haven't thought about it. I am so excited for this new set though, and the fact that
It
I got more
it looks
excited.
very interesting.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, I am really excited that 2 top tier heroes are going. I'd actually be really happy if Prism was going as well. You know, just like clear out the top of the meta. I mean, add Oldhim as well. Get rid of all 4 of those.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It would open things wide open, right? I just want
I
those
think that'd be
polarizing. I would just love to have those 2 polarizing ends just completely gone of like the hyper aggro and the hyper defensive and try to come closer to the middle. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. I don't like those 2 type of play styles where like one is just they're just so polar opposite. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I definitely get what you're saying, because realistically speaking, Prism entirely invalidates anybody slow. Oldhim entirely invalidates any, normal aggro deck, let's say. Like, any aggro deck that's limited to 5 cards, Oldhim invalidates. Right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I don't know.
I think...
I've seen. The thing is like I actually do think like a deck like Briar does have potential to beat Oldhim, even like the most hyper defensive ones, because of Channel Mount Heroic. I mean, you could set up turns that certainly get you there.
I don't... I think Channel My Heroic Briar has some legs into Oldhim in general. I don't think Channel My Heroic Briar has legs into an Oldhim specifically teched to be very defensive.
I think it was that type of
Um,
Oldhim. I don't know if that Oldhim can beat other deck, like beat certain decks that kind of like.
I
But
mean,
I figure the thing
if
is
Prism
like
goes, then why not?
there's
We
dash.
saw 18. Yeah, that's true. But then,
There are other decks that invalidate
Briar
Oldhim, right?
kind of runs dash over. Yeah, there are some other decks that invalidate Oldhim, but it goes back to you know, the idea of, okay, control is really good. Bring out the anti-control decks, right? Bring in the dash, bring in the Rhinar. Okay, well now these decks really suffer against high on-hit aggro decks. All right, bring those back. Well, now we can bring back Oldhim and cancel those out. So I think that cycle is fine. I think Oldhim has too many defensive tools, and realistically, he's only getting more in this set because he will be able to play some of those ice generics, or those
Uh,
ice cards that Icelander's getting.
if they even print an ice card, they may not.
Some of the Icelander previews have Oldhim gets to play Channel Bleak Expanse, which is an option. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a blue ice card. It's not bad.
Okay, so
He gets
there's
access to what's the one that stops things from gaining go again for a turn? Hypothermia, I think. That's pretty solid.
was that a wizard card or was that a
No, those were just raw ice.
oh, Cold Snap is just a raw ice card. Yeah. Target made hero may pay 1 if they don't freeze their arsenal. Yeah, hypothermia is also
I mean, there's some interesting tools there for him, but I think Oldhim just has he's got access to one too many defensive options.
I'm
Um,
as I was saying before though, like I am so excited for this new set. Just to dive into I probably don't have any interest in playing um the ninja hero. Even though like I started off with Katsu, I just don't think the playstyle really speaks to me anymore. But definitely into building the new illusionist and of course the wizard and diving deep backwards as well into for sure into Kano and definitely Dorinthia, maybe
yeah,
Reinar. I have a feeling Reinar is always going to be. I don't think the next set is going to do anything of any use for him, but uh certainly interested to find out where like, Prism falls in general into the new meta once things stabilize out. I mean, just like off the
yeah.
top of my head, when you look at the new Ash mechanic and whatnot, it's like just given like what you've seen and the idea of like Dromai is trying to build up all these small dragons on the board, as well as like one large one at some point in the game. That just seems, in my head, it seems terrible into Prism because Prism can potentially clear every single small dragon every turn with auras, and Dromai can kill one aura a turn, right? I don't know. Like maybe there's something there. Or there's gonna be other mechanics that I'm not obviously aren't revealed yet, or I'm not seeing. But just like at face value, it just seems like she doesn't seem to have access to like, or what's been seen is like kind of like smaller attacks, smaller illusionist
Yeah,
attacks that generate dragons and stuff. So you're like kind of going really wide with small pings as opposed to like, and if your deck is all red, you're not throwing Enigma Chimeras and Phantasmaclasms and things like that. They're just not going to make the list if you're running
I,
really
I
red
don't
line.
think I don't think Dromai is going to be all red line because realistically, you still need to pay 4 or you still need to pay 6 to get your game-ending dragons out. Unless somehow swarming the one attack dragons is enough to get you there. But I feel like it's going to be a surprisingly blue deck. I think we're going to see like 20 to 25 blues in there because I think there's going to be a good amount of things that Dromai wants to pay for.
Well, I don't even know
Even
if I agree with that. I mean, you could do something like, say that dragon is more of a like setup for fatigue type situations. Just say, okay, top of my head,
yeah, yeah,
you could you
fair.
could potentially do something like where you come across with all your little dragons and then finish off with like a potion and setting up things like energy potions and things like that.
I mean, yeah, that's also a solid option. There's two things we need to see from Dramai, right? One, there needs to be some way for her dragons to lose Phantasm, right? Because otherwise,
If there's a way,
a
yeah.
6 block, there has to be some way, right? Because currently, I think the only option is passing Mirage, which is decently easily dealt with, all in all, because it's the only one that really, I think, sticks out. You can get a lot of incremental value off of Pierce Reality because now we're seeing illusionist attacks that don't have built-in Phantasm, which is kind of nifty.
It's
Um,
true. Yeah.
but I think she's going to need some way to take Phantasm off of her dragons because otherwise a single 6 block ends your turn with no recompense. And I'm curious to see how she comes out, how she plays with those draconic cards. We've seen the Rupture keyword if played on Chainlink 4 or higher, right? I don't think it helps her into Prism necessarily, but maybe there'll be some tool there. You attack with 4 little dragons, you play a Rupture card that says, when you attack with this, gain an action point or whatever, and then you can pop 2 auras. I don't know.
Yeah, I really hope they don't add any more runic
Yeah,
reclamation type cards.
because
That's just gross.
yeah, it's interesting. I'm not opposed to there being like mediocre generic runic reclamation type cards. Where you see stuff like Smashing Good Time, right? It's a mediocre card. It blocks 2, it buffs an attack by 3, and there's a condition with a separate condition that maybe you can blow open it, right? I think that's not a bad space to also say blow up an aura, right? I think it's reasonable. Giving access to generics lets the people who need to deal with stuff deal with stuff. It might be a path to go down. Or maybe we're not even thinking about this the right way for Dramai, right? Because it's not, we've not seen any Spectre from her yet. So any wide deck can just Kadachi 2 of the dragons, head jab a third, and then I don't know, pounding Gale at face. Whereas again, she has no way of losing Phantasm. Pop a 6 in front of one of her dragons, her turn ends. And I think that would also be really good at stopping anything with Rupture. Because if you're stopping the first dragon attack, like obviously the dragons are meant to be the first attacks of the turn, right?
Yeah.
Or close to it, because they're all 0 attack, go again.
We have to play
So
some type of red first to give it go again.
yeah, so you play one that lets you make a dragon, or you play one that gives your dragon +3, which I think are the 2 we've seen so far. And
There
then
was another one that was
Dragon,
actually an
Dragon,
attack
Dragon.
as well.
Oh yeah, the 1-for-3 with Go again that had some effect that's slipping my mind.
Billowing Mirage. When you attack with Billowing Mirage, transform up to one ash you control into an Aether Ashwing. And let's go again. So 1-for-3.
Yeah. So I think it.
I love the.
I'm gonna find it.
I'm gonna sound like a dork,
Go
but I
for it.
love the illusionist Volcor card frames.
I think they've done a pretty good job on it. I think my favorite illusionist one is still just the original. I think the purple kind of really has a pop. But that being said, I've only seen these the Volcor ones through a screen, so maybe the red and black works better together
Yeah, it looks so
in
good.
person.
Just the art, like rake the embers, or like a hand sticky out with the black smoky ash going all over the place. Looks really cool.
Yeah. What's your take on the new super shiny dragons, the Marvel cards?
I think it's a cool chase card. I like it. I
Yeah,
definitely like it.
I don't disagree.
I don't know how
The
I feel about dragons, or I don't even know how I feel about allies in general. Um, but
Yeah, I think if they're putting allies into the game, I think there needs to be some generic support to address allies. Like it could just be one card, and that might be enough as a generic, right? But I think there's got to be something there.
yeah, I am though super excited to delve back into Wizard and both ice and regular.
Yeah,
So
I think Icelander is going to be. I think Icelander is going to be the next deck that people complain about
yeah, I can see that. I
because
can see that.
it's really the first mid-turn disruption we've got, right? Other than what I guess Stalagmite and Blizzard, but that's
Yeah,
really
but
just
it's not
kind of
even
pay one
just
or
that.
two.
It's like even the you can't even just choose to take damage because everything freezes your arsenal and whatnot, so you're never getting a chance to play a 5 card hand. And you're like
Exactly.
every time an ice card comes out of her arsenal on your turn, you're getting taxed even harder.
I'm curious to see how she does into aggro and mid-range decks. I think she's going to be very, very good into those. I'm curious to see how she's going to do into grindier decks that can afford to either run Arcane Barrier or have some type of class Arcane Prevention. Like, has anybody theorized a way to get over Guardians for her yet? Is that just going to be a bad matchup for her, and that's going to be the new cycle? Icelander beats some decks beat Guardians, and then Guardians beat Icelander. Who knows?
I have no clue, man. Hard to see until we see the whole card pool. But Aether Wildfire is still a card, so
Aether Wildfire is still a card. So is Steadfast.
so is Steadfast. You're not wrong. It's hard to justify putting Steadfast in a list, though.
I don't think it's hard to just by putting Steadfast in the 80, realistically. Because you can get away with 2 copies of it. You're probably going to see it by the time you need to see it. Because you're not steadfasting, a Voltic Bolt or whatever the new Ice Voltic Bolt is.
Ice Bolt?
Um, is that actually what it is?
I think it's called Ice Bolt, yeah.
Oh, man. Uh, I,
What
uh,
else would you call it? I think it's fine. As memey
yeah,
as
no,
that
I think
is.
it's fine. I think it's fine.
It's actually just
I
Ice
like.
Bolt.
Oh, brilliant! I like some of the Mimi names. Like I like Singeing Steelblade. I think that one's quite funny. I think that maybe there's more that could be done on some of the more important cards, like hero names, for example. There's only
I
so
love
many
that it's
puns
I love
I
that it's
can
just
pull from a
Voltic
pack.
Bolt that's just rebranded with an ice tag on it.
I mean, yeah, it's a necessary evil, right? Because like in Arcane Rising Draft, Voltic Bolt was Kano's finisher. Like that is how Kano won games, and it's very difficult for him to win games otherwise. I'm trying to think of any draft or sealed Kano game I've seen not end with a Voltic Bolt.
Man, in case all these cards are so good.
They're really good, and they come in fun blue variants, and so many of them are also cheap.
Yeah,
Right?
in
If
cases
Icelander
the
can have,
majestic.
yeah, I'm if Icelander can find something to do, like some 2-cost thing to pitch for on the opponent's turn, and then play a blue 1-cost out of Arsenal, I think it's going to be insane. Like if she had Crown of Seeds, well, not Crown of Seeds, but a Crown of Seeds similar thing. Pay 1, prevent something. Then that I think would be pretty nutty. But we'll see how it goes. I'm curious to see. I just want to see the full card pools. So I'm kind of glad that there's a pretty speedy spoiler season so far.
Yeah, I'm gonna be gone this
Right?
whole
It's all
week,
crammed in.
missing all the fun.
Well, hey, you get to come back to basically the full set, or at least most of Dramai's cards, and I think like half of I'm assuming Fi's.
Yeah,
But
well,
yeah,
plus the world premieres next weekend, right? So pretty much just have the
is it
whole
really?
carpool. Yeah, have the whole carpool
Oh
next
yeah,
Saturday.
no, you're totally right. Wow, time flies.
Everyone's heading off to Vegas. I'm jealous not getting to play a team blitz event. That'd be so much fun.
Oh man, I think Team Blitz would be brilliant right about now.
Oh,
It's
it's perfect, dude. We have the best bases for our team, just the two of us. We just need to find a third.
yeah,
It cannot be Dante because yeah,
Dante can't
I'm
play the
trying to win, you
decks
know?
that are good. I don't. My money is still on Reinar, Bravo, Oldham being just an amazing team.
Oh, I don't think you can have a team and not include Kano. I just think it's the best deck in the format by like a huge margin.
Really,
Yeah, I actually think it is the
e-
best team
even
or the
without
best deck.
Snapback and Stir.
Yeah, you don't need them. They're like absolutely not needed. Having tested a pile into pretty much every deck, the only deck that I find is just absolutely frustrating to play against is just Dash because it puts you on lethal every single turn.
Yeah,
And
turn
the fact
one.
that it has 4 AB and it has so many blues and it can do stupid things like 0 to 60 for 6, and then like zipper hit for 5, and then play Spark of Genius, grab out a Teklo core, and then all of a sudden
Teklo
it's like,
Court.
yeah, it's like there's no window to
It's
do
lethal with
anything.
1 card in hand. Yeah,
Yeah, there's never a window, and they're just always throttling you.
right. And
Um,
at risk of sounding like the Sleep Dart meme, which is, oh, Sleep Dart counters this, therefore it's bad, or Sleep Dart's the best arrow. Can Kano beat a Guardian with Steadfast? Like,
um,
I know
here's the thing:
theoretically
is like
you can pitch to get there,
because
but
it's a
I
team
think
blitz event,
Guardian decks are aggressive enough.
you're looking at I don't know if Steadfast makes any Guardian lists right now because it's just such a bad like there's gonna be a lot of Reinar players, and it's such a bad card into Reinar.
I don't think it's terrible into Reinar.
I think it's
It
really bad into Reinar, but that's hey, you never know. Maybe I'm
I,
wrong.
here's why I don't mind it into Reinar. They play Beatdown, they play Alpha Rampage, discarding Massacre. You Steadfast, you can still block 6 instead of blocking 0 before those Intimidates resolve.
Sure, you're
Right?
not
So
wrong.
it's
But what does it do against a Blood Rush Bellow turn?
not much.
Like, that's what I'd be more afraid
I
of.
don't know.
I'm more afraid of like Blood Rush turns
Cover
than
a clock,
getting
crown it
clawed and
away.
timid. Yeah, but just Kano in general into Guardians into Bravo's like a joke. It's like free.
You think so?
Yeah, I really do. Having tested a
Have you?
pile of it, having tested a pile of it recently, and having the Bravo try different, like not playing Steadfast, because I just don't think it's good enough to make the list. But just
No, no, I agree.
playing against Bravo, um, having them play every play style you could imagine, like trying to be aggressive and pressure. You just auto lose on the spot because I just, as soon as you stick the wildfire in arsenal, the game just ends. And if you're letting me pitch stack, then I'm putting out 2 potions, and it
No,
doesn't
no,
matter if
definitely
you're
not.
on.
But I think the Bravo list in Blitz now is just going to be abuse, pulverize. Realistically speaking,
Yeah, I mean, sure, that's annoying, but
like
like
which
you do
which
that though. Like
yeah, but
you
it
just lose on the
puts you on
spot,
lethal
right?
turn one. Oh yeah, you lose on the spot if you have the wildfire, but otherwise, you're put on lethal turn one.
I had a game at the Battle Hardened at the Pro Tour. I only played a few rounds. As soon as I think I lost in round 4 or 5. Whatever my first loss was, I just dropped. And I had played an Oldham player. I think he's from the Netherlands or something. And he was on like the hyper blocking list. And like he was just
Oh yeah,
literally
yeah.
wasn't doing anything. If he had a card left, he would hammer me. If he had the extra card, so if he had 2 cards in hand, he would just hammer me for 4. Otherwise, he was just blocking, trying to fatigue me. Gave me all the time in the world, this guy. And he double sigiled, so he was on 24 when I went for it, and yeah, I OTK'd him from 24. I had a deja vu potion, 2 energy potions up, the wildfire and arsenal, so it was like wildfire into lessons double blazing. It
Yep.
was great. Yeah, it was actually hilarious watching a game he felt like he probably had no chance of losing to just lose on the spot. And this was like through 3 blues in hand from 24.
Yeah, and this is that's if Kano gets the space, right? But I think in Blitz there's enough chances that sometimes you just don't. And that doesn't mean Kano's not a good deck, it just means it's a swingy format. But
I
yeah,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
really think it's the best deck. I think if I was building a team, the team has to include Oldham because it's probably like the 1A, 1B with Kano in my book. And then the last spot is really flex to me. Like I do think Reinhardt's insane.
I
Uh,
think you need Reinhardt to counter the Oldhams,
that's the
at the
thing,
very
right?
least.
Yeah,
And
that's
he's
that's where
fine
it
into
slots in
Kano.
so nice. He's okay into Kano. I've actually felt like Wildfire speeds Kano up so much that it's not nearly as swingy as it used to be.
Yeah, it's certainly worse than it used to be for Reinhardt, but it's still fine, right? Which is, if you've got a good matchup into the tier 1 threat, or the tier 1A, 1B threat, and then you've got a fine matchup into the other tier 1A, 1B threat, then I think you're doing all right, realistically speaking.
So I've also seen a Kasai list that's apparently pretty good into Oldham. Surprisingly, I don't know. I haven't played it myself or watched it, but I've been told it's actually very good. Um,
Yeah, I've seen
and it's also very good into Reinhardt. It just literally can't beat Kano if your life depended on it, type of thing.
my my issue with those Kasai lists is that they rely a lot on mentors, and Oldham has a lot of way of getting things out of Arsenal for the opponent. Like, Disable's a really good card.
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
It's
But I
that
mean,
simple.
you're not afraid to block with Kasai, so it's like the mentor is not necessarily easy to get out
No,
unless
no,
you have the pummeled CNC.
yeah, you need to make it work with like a pummel is necessary for getting that out of the arsenal, right? But yeah, it's interesting the back and forth because there's some Kasai lists that are terrible into Oldhim, and then there's some Oldhim lists that are terrible into basically every type of Kasai, and then there's some that are good into the other and back and forth, right? So
Yeah.
I think it'll be interesting. I mean, not that there's much of a sideboard, and I can't imagine anybody would bother bringing different equipment into this matchup. Um, but it'll be interesting to see, who can identify exactly what deck the opponent is on first and how it happens, right? Like if Oldhim is aggressive enough and Kasai doesn't see a mentor for like 2 turns or whatever, there's a good chance Kasai just doesn't have the time to set up the mentor play.
So, assuming we had to pick a third, who's our third?
Well, So since you would be most likely to go to the Vegas one, I would be most likely to go to the Madrid one.
And
I think our
assume we're going
third.
to this. We're going to the same place. We're going to
All right,
Vegas.
all right.
You have
Oh,
to
we're going
pick
to
a
Vegas.
third for our team.
What?
Assume I'm on
Why?
Kano.
Why? Yeah, I'll probably. Actually, you know what? I probably want to play Reinar. I think Reinar
All
would be
right.
fun.
Do you need a good Oldhim
I'm done with
player?
Oldhim. Yeah, I'm done with Oldhim. I don't know, man. Guy, he's good at Guardian. He's good at Wizard. Like he knows. He knows what's up. It's that simple, right?
Yeah,
And that's not to
maybe.
say. That's not to say anybody else isn't good. Um, it's
I
just
know
that
Guy's
he's
listening, so
coming
yeah,
upon.
yeah, yeah. We'll take Guy. We'll take Guy. We'll get the
Yeah,
French connection going.
yeah. We're representing every side of Canada except for the middle and the edges, or the one edge, I guess.
Now, since you have to pick seating, who gets the middle seat?
Um, I
Because the
mean, I
person in
feel
the
like
middle can look over to both players and give and like you, because the three of you can talk during the games. In case you didn't know, this is what I didn't know
yeah, yeah.
personally. So like the person in the middle can look over and be like, "Oh, you should play your hand like this," and like you know what I mean?
So I think there's two philosophies here, right? There's me and you, who are pretty lippy, and we will just chat through the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I like to talk to
So
my opponent all game long.
it could be either one of us, or we could set Guy in the middle and have because realistically, I think Guy's only going to be saying relevant things.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Whereas me and you just like to have a chat. Which, hey, that's why we're here today. Um, I don't know. I reckon I'd probably put you in the middle. You just purely because I want to see how people react to you just having a chat.
Think it'd be really funny. I'd have a good kick out of it too. I'd look over to your hand and be like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, definitely Arsenal that Razor."
In the Reinhardt deck.
Yeah, in the Reinhardt deck. Yeah, yeah. Put that pummel into Arsenal. Keep that for next turn. You just talk. I love talking during
I
the game.
mean, yeah, or the obvious, somebody's representing Pummel, whether it's Guy or me, and you lean over and you're like, he has it. He always has it.
Yeah,
I would trust him if I were you. He has it. And it's for that reason that I feel like this could be such a fun event. But I also feel that because it's a calling, people are going to be taking it really seriously, right?
yeah, for sure.
So I doubt the other team would be receptive to the banter.
That's
But if
that's the best
if
part
they
of it. They're
are, I
not.
think it would be a fun. Well, I think that's where we've got different philosophies.
I will say that the Pro Tour was obviously a very serious event, and I had a great time with all my opponents, even when I lost. Um, just in general, everyone was very gracious, other than the few sighs and huffs and puffs when Starvals didn't flip their when they drew up and they didn't have it in hand, and the huffs and puffs started, which usually is the best signal when you're on the other side of the table.
Yep.
I can recall one game where my opponent, the first four turns of the game, revealed a fuse, and thankfully I was able to even through Okins and whatnot. It was like I would have like the double aura turns, and or I'd have
Oh
auras, and
wow.
I'd have the aura in hand to be able to play the aura block with one card, so I'm not getting like
Yep.
ultra taxed. I'm still like, you know what I mean. I'm not just losing cards and not setting something up. So like the game was firmly in their favor, but then it got to the point where there was a turn with no fuse, another turn with no fuse, and then it was like my board started to look good because I was keeping up with getting them down, and then they pop their time skippers, clear two auras, they draw up, and you just hear and it's like that's when the big smile hits on my face. I'm like, yeah, just keep drawing those not fuse hands.
Well, I mean, even if Bravo's maxing it out, you max out at what, like 50 something percent fuse, like 55 or 56, and that's if you're crowning every single turn, right? Which I assume against a Prism you would be. But like, so yeah, if you get four in a row, you can well, not you can expect, but I feel like you don't get to complain when it doesn't happen the next 4 times in a row, you know?
Yeah, it was actually really interesting too. It was like I played 7 Stargo games at the Pro Tour.
Jeez.
Yeah, I won all 7. I had a 100% win rate against Starvos. Um, and I felt like not a single one went the same as like any other one. That was probably the most interesting thing to me. Is like my very
Interesting.
first round, I sat down against I don't know if you're familiar with the YouTube channel, the Card Guys.
I've heard the name. I
I
can't
saw
say.
it's one of the players from that YouTube channel I played in round one. His name is Alex. Uh, Very nice guy, and he was playing like an ultra fatigue uh, into me. So he was playing like super slow, had zero interest of like pressuring me or doing damage. The game actually ended. I was on 38 life when I killed him, which sounds like ridiculous, but like we literally both had like 8 or 9 cards left in deck when the game
Yeah,
ended.
but I was gonna say, how many orders did you have left in deck or on the board, right? I can't imagine it would have been
Uh,
more than 3-ish at that point. Well, I mean,
I,
well, I guess depending on how many lightning cards he brought to the match, right?
when the game ended, I know that I had a Shimmers left in deck and I think an Ode. Maybe not a Ode. I had one yellow aura and a Shimmers left in my deck, and on the board itself, I probably had like 1 or 2 auras up. Nothing ridiculous.
Yeah.
Maybe it was like 1 aura up.
Which,
Uh,
you know what, back in the day used to be the way to beat a Prism if you were playing on Guardian, because they only used to be able to bring in 15 auras, and you can swing hammer 15 times and just kind of hope that they're limited on their double aura turns.
yeah. So he
But
was
then with the
very
27 aura build, it changed.
diligent in clearing auras. He was playing no arcane barrier. Uh,
Interesting when you're going for the fatigue strategy.
yeah. So like actually, the funny thing is, at one point I had like 9 spectral shields up. Uh, so
Oh
he
no.
abandoned on clearing my other auras, and I was worried at some point that he would hit the because at this point the game was like I don't know. I probably only had like 6 or 7 auras it's themselves left in deck, and he was still on like 20 life or 25 life.
Yeah.
So I was getting concerned that I was gonna fatigue out, and like he would hit like a Starvo activation at some point late in the game and just clear my auras anyways, like my spectral shields.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was I was worried about like losing that threat in general because I wasn't sitting on D reacts or anything like that. I was just pitching them away. I actually switched to yellow unmovables prior to the event, which was like one of the few tiny deck changes I made from reds to yellow. I actually felt it was way better because there was a couple Starvo games that played like that. And if I had red, they would have clogged my hands so bad. And
Yeah,
I felt
fair
like
enough. Well, I mean, I guess.
yellow was always enough to block. Let me put it that way. So it was never an issue.
Oh,
But
really? I was gonna say I thought the 8 from red movable plus a 3 from hand covers the fused Oaken,
yeah, it
but
does. But you always have the option of the
it
shield
it
or
doesn't make
use
that
your
much sense.
helmet.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
I mean, yellows are just so good in Prism, right? So
Yeah.
fair enough.
So in this game, I like on that particular turn he came in with I don't remember what it was spinal for 9 or something. Who knows? It's like I
Yeah.
flashed in the merciful just to get the
Oh
9
no.
damage in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I needed that stuff. And then there was like another turn where like again, as things were looking like it's getting close to fatigue, and I had a parable of humility out. And like the things I had to do to sneak damage in was like he block with a 7 power card, and then I flash in a second parable just to get the herald to hit.
Yep.
Like those type of things. It was like it had to do like a lot of sneaky stuff like that to actually finish the game. That was like one of the more
Yeah.
interesting
I'm
Starvo games.
I'm curious as to why there was no arcane barrier. My assumption is that because the only arcane barrier he had was on boots for rune blades, and then
Yeah,
didn't
that's
have
probably
another
right.
arcane barrier in his 80s, and then acknowledge that time skippers was more important in that matchup.
Yeah,
So
100%.
that would be my assumption, because otherwise, you want to bring the arcane barrier to stop exactly that, the merciful pings,
Yeah, and then
because
you
they
had
add up.
yeah, and then besides that, had a couple other players that tried to play slow, as well as a bunch of like the typical crayon eaters that are either fusing or if they're not, they just lose.
Yeah. All right, so here is, I would say, the other inevitability of this tournament, which was we saw the Chain Mirror, we saw the Chain Starvo matchup. Now we're going to see the Starvo Mirror.
A resident sleeper of the show.
I mean, hey, maybe we get lucky and it's just 4 quick activations with no D-reacts in response. Or maybe it actually ends up being an interesting game, because I'm assuming Sean and Isaac are playing the same deck. They test together,
Undoubtedly.
they play together.
For
So
sure,
because
they're
of that,
both on the.
maybe
Undoubtedly, they're both on the red staunch and the red timbers and whatnot.
yeah. Okay, so for that, maybe there is, something interesting that could come out of this, where we actually, maybe make it a second cycle, and it turns out who's pitched better, and we'll see how that goes. I think we're gonna have to try to keep the best eye that we can on what's getting arsenaled and what's getting crowned away.
Yeah, at least this is to the best Starvo players. Anyway, so you're
Yes,
gonna get
it'll be a
playing the
it'll be
decks.
a high quality match. It'll just
Sure.
be a mirror that has been seen
Played to
many a
death.
time. Yeah, many a time in the past months.
We get
But
to
I
stare at
suppose as
Brendan's face on those sleeves, which is great too.
oh, we've reached the point of the game where meme sleeves are a thing, huh?
Yes, we have. At least
Brilliant.
these particular ones, yeah.
I wanted to stop shuffling so I can take a good look, give my
You'll
official
get plenty of
review.
time to look at them.
Yep. Well, so that was my issue when Flesh and Blood introduced their official Dragon Shield sleeves. The one thing I'm looking at all game guaranteed is my hero. Give me another piece of art to look at on the back of the sleeves.
What are you hoping for then instead of a hero art?
Honestly, I think specializations would be great, because they've got most of them have the heroes on them,
Sure.
right? But it's a different piece of art. It represents, generally speaking, a core part of the gameplay, etc. But instead you can play Lexi and look at Lexi, or play Chain and look at Chain.
Or play Chain and look at Lexi all day.
Yeah,
They just
go
mess with your
confuse
head,
your
dude.
opponent.
Yeah.
So we've got the Starvo equips, we've got the Starvo weapons, we've got Rampart, which signals that they're playing some slow games. We got a turn 1 fuse on the break ground. Is that
Oh, look at that. He's even marking everything for us. We
he's
love to
got the
see it.
red? Brilliant. Is that an 8 or a 9? I can't quite tell what that second, where the pips are on that second die.
I'm not sure. It could actually be a yellow break ground, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, you run them, because you can't run Autumn's Touch anymore. You need some density of attacks, right? Or at least a lot of decks run them. I don't know if these decks run them. Interesting. Blocking out with the Heaven's Claw. A premium 3-block, and the only 3-block lightning card. So if we are going to second cycle, then maybe it's relevant. But we're seeing the early pitch on the Crippling. Wow, and we're seeing the channel being used to block with on turn 1.
What's the other
Can't
card in the
imagine
hand?
that feels great.
Oh, it's a pulse. It's Pulse of
It's a
Volthaven,
Pulse
that's
of
why.
Volthaven, yeah. And not like he had many choices there, but
Yeah, do
still,
what you gotta do.
unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, hey, good first turn for Isaac. He.
Oh,
Oh,
we're off to
and
the
Sean.
races.
Sean drew into the fuse. We're running the Frostfang.
Now,
What
here's a
color
question.
Frostfang?
Do you keep like I'm not a Starvo player, and I'll be honest, I've literally played the deck maybe 2, 3 times just to give someone else practice because I really had no
Yep.
interest. Do you keep the pulse in hand, or are you arseling and just crowning it away?
Um, because assuming our read on these decks is correct, which, judging by the fact that they're running Rampart, I assume it is. They're going for the long game. I don't think you want to be holding a pulse this early.
Makes sense.
And or a Pulse of Volthaven specifically. I also don't think you want to be pitching it, because so far all you've got down there is a Crippling, a Lightning Surge, and then this, right?
What do you
And
mean?
you don't want it.
You're gonna pitch the Frostfang right now.
Yeah.
It's going to give you all the colors right there. The whole rainbow is ready to go.
No, because Pulse of Volthaven, you're missing the Earth,
Oh yeah,
and you
you're not
also
wrong.
generally, you also generally don't want Pulse of Volthaven on your Crippling Crush turns, because it's a red, and Crippling Crush is hard to pay for.
Oop.
So we're seeing the Lightning and the Ice go down. We're seeing the Pulse get arsenaled. So I'm curious to see if we've got another Starvo activation.
Love it.
And I think we've yet to see a D-React from either of these players, so maybe we're entirely wrong.
Maybe they had a gentleman's agreement before the game started. Said whoever hits the nuts faster gets the win.
Yeah, and you know what? Here we are with the Fused Oaken.
I know it. When playing with your friends, sometimes you have your own little set of rules that don't
Oh,
follow the
yeah,
game's normal ones.
absolutely. I've sat across from people at some decent level events and have just gone, you know what? I'm not going to fatigue you. We'll flip the cards. We'll see what happens. And you know what? It works out because everybody gets a quick break. They can get a snack. So we're seeing the Channel Lake get pitched here. Oh, we've got the blocks. Oh, and there's the Turn Timber. And that would cover exactly if so long as he reveals that break ground. And there we go. Now, I want to know what color that break ground is. Oh, is he crowning off the bat for it? Okay, so there is a fuse now at the bottom of Sean's deck.
With a crippling.
It's not going to be in the same hand, unfortunately. The crippling's a couple too many cards away. He could arsenal the crippling and then draw into it the turn later,
Yeah.
but that late in the game, you really need to get a read on your opponent and what you think they have. Because if you get caught without a D-React and arsenal in the late game, you're done, right? So you've just gotta get that read. And
Bingo
he
again.
just doesn't miss. Wow. So this is interesting because it's very much the decks look like they're just every element card plus those defense reactions. So that's a 9. That's the red evergreen coming in for a good amount. And then I'm assuming we're pitching some ice. So I think the bottom of Isaac's deck is a little bit earth light. I haven't been keeping a track on what he has been crowning away, unfortunately.
Not sure what the life totals are.
Oh, well, we got an update there.
Oh,
Sean
there we go.
took a good chunk of damage in turn one, but has otherwise just been kind of blocking through. Then Isaac took that one big fused. What was it? Was it a break ground? Something like that. Some earth card without an on hit. We're blocking with the 2-block Shock Striker. Interesting. And then we're pitching the Blizzard to come out with the other D-React, cover it all. Ooh, and then the other Evergreen. Interesting. So either Isaac knows something we don't, or he's planning on this game not necessarily going to the second cycle. Or his plan might just be once you draw that Pulse of Candlehold, you hold on to it for dear life and just hope it's the bottom bit of your deck.
Crippling in.
Crippling and
Two
ice and
cards.
lightning. I mean, hey, he can crown away. I'm assuming he's got a defense reaction in there.
Let's see what he draws.
Or, well, actually, he may not have had a defense reaction in there because he's never had need to crown. He's just hit the natural up at this
Is that an
point.
Earth card? No, it's a staunch.
It's a staunch, yeah. I mean, unfused crippling, just keeping up the pressure.
Pretty good.
I mean, into a Starvo who's forced to run so many 2 blocks, it is. I'd say into a lot of other decks, maybe not. That's a lot of ice in Sean's hand. A lot of ice, a little bit of lightning, and a little bit of earth, which is enough, but not enough for him to keep the fuse against this crippling. So it looks like 7 plus the 1 from the crown is going to stop the crush. We're going to swing an ice hammer, presumably Arsenal and Earth card.
You're just the Starvo master, man. What I don't understand. Where's all the PT victories and the Pro Quest victories?
I'm on vacation, dude. I'm on a permanent vacation from competitive fab. Also, it's not like the deck is complicated.
I mean, you're in the UK. You should just be winning those things over there for free.
I mean, I've been going to local armories. It was the second armory last week at the shop in the city I'm in. So it's a new scene. I gotta say, it's a nice change of pace because I can show up with meme decks, which is my favorite thing. Oh, interesting.
Oh.
We're blocking 2. We're taking the frostbite here.
So when are you
Although
planning
I will
to return?
Well, I'm planning on going to some RTNs here in England because they will qualify me for Canadian Nats.
Are you going to go to
No, so we've got
the Pro Tour?
Channel Lake. I can't go to the Pro Tour. I'm back in Canada for that one. I'm on the wrong continent each time.
See, I'm thinking about going back. I'm thinking of going actually.
I mean, go for it. You got the ticket.
Yeah, I don't know. I really want to, but it's a long trip. I actually think it's going to be a lot. For some reason, I think it's going to be a smaller event than the New Jersey one in general.
I think so. It's not the first one. It's further away from most people. Like, transatlantic is tough. Trans-Pacific and Atlantic, or I guess trans-Asian, if you're coming from, this from Asia Pacific, is going to be a challenge. I think it's going to root out some people from showing up.
Yeah, I'd like to go and try to
So we're
snag another
playing.
PTI.
Yeah, just stock them up. So we're playing a very expensive fused breakground here, playing through the Frostbite and through the Channel Lake. So we're not going to be seeing a hammer on the follow-up here unless we see a pitch to crown, draw a card, pitch to hammer, but I don't think that's worth it. You lose your arsenal, which is probably defense reaction. It's kind of what you have to assume when your opponent isn't actively crowning them away. Especially given that Sean just blocked for 2 with a Winter's Bite last turn, rather than blocking with 2 with the Winter's Bite, pitching, and then ramparting to cover the remaining damage. Oh, so there's the Pulse of Candlehold that Isaac has, which is an amazing card in this deck because it gives you the 2 harder to find fuses. It just is that slightly more awkward yellow pitch. And we're playing it out. Oh no, we're using it to
Block.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. But yeah, it's tough to fully pitch stack in this matchup because of the amount of on hits and the amount of awkward things that you need to block in and around.
For sure.
But I don't think there's anything super amazing from either player currently on the pitch stack. And they're both doing a pretty solid job of playing, they're playing their defense reactions when they get them to block, break grounds and stuff. They're not saving them to, block a crippling or an Oaken or anything like that. Because sometimes when you do that, it's tempting because you go, if I use this to block a break ground, it saves me life. If I use this to block an Oaken, it saves me life plus 2 cards, which is worth, 6 life generally. But a lot of times, if you're running the 6 reds, they can really clog up your hand very quickly. And there's the turn timber, fused, covering all 9 of that red evergreen. And I'm assuming that's a good color of break ground. Because if it was a blue, you'd probably just pitch to crown it away, because then you get the back-to-back Winter's Bite, Heaven's Claw, break ground on the next cycle. So I'm assuming that's either a red or a yellow. I can't quite tell.
That would make sense. I wonder if the life totals are completely up to date.
I think they're pretty close. I think we...
Funny, I enjoy the swings of the game.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially in Guardian Mirrors. You can feel like you have so much tempo and then realize, like, oh, okay, yeah, I have tempo, but Isaac just threw down 2 red D reacts, and, Sean is down 20 life. Or down 10 life, he's on 20. I'm assuming Isaac is currently counting up how many D reacts he has left, deciding maybe if now is the time to start budgeting them.
No
Block.
ice. No ice
Save
in
them
this
for some
hand.
on hit.
He does
No,
have
but there is the
though.
pulse.
Asking himself, where's the ice cards?
Now, did he draw into the pulse, or did he
No,
have it
I
in hand
drew
already?
into the break round.
Oh, okay. Because otherwise, you can, pulse into. Oh wait, if he drew into the break ground, that means he would have been missing 2 basically cards. Because there are sometimes situations where you just play the pulse to set up for the next go, and then arsenal the Oaken that you crown into. Oh, we're playing the flash out. Is it going to be flash, earth attack, vanilla hammer, arsenal? Oh, we just want the flash out of the pitch stack. Fair enough. Sean's going to end with a turn timber and arsenal. Not going to do much for him this turn, because Isaac's coming in for a bit of a light turn of his own. Just the break ground and then refreshing that arsenal. No fuse.
We do have the fuse in hand on Sean's side now.
Yeah, but can you afford to take this, 6 or 7 damage from the break ground? You're already on 20, right? Your armor's thin. You can only lean on that 1 turn timber so much. So I'm sure he's counting his graveyard for D-reacts now. And I
Well, you have the
think
guaranteed Oaken, fused Oaken now, don't you? Stick it back on top of the deck with Pulse after fusing. Crown it away.
yes, that is certainly possible. But then you're crowning away your D-react, which means that yes, you do have it, but if Isaac's arsenaling a D-react here, it sets you so far behind. So instead, he's opting to block with it because it's a yellow pitch 3 block. When it's not doing work, it is a bit awkward. So classic Starvo turn, fused Earth attack into a hammer. Let's see. Sean still got, based on that quick rifle through his graveyard, he's still got quite a few D-reacts left in his deck. So maybe if he was willing to take that gamble, he could have taken that line that you just proposed. But at this point, I think Isaac's looking to close it out pretty quick because we know Sean has a playable fused crippling crush coming up. Admittedly, split over 2 turns, he will have to arsenal it and skip a crown on 1 turn. But if Isaac's, I think Isaac's run through at least 4 of his red D reacts now, and I'm assuming there's not any others in there. Well, sorry, other than copies 5 and 6 of Staunch and Turn Timber. So we're thinking about something. I think Isaac's debating on how much damage he can take here. I'm assuming he's got him on a he's got him on a D-react in the arsenal. Does he have the fuse in hand? I see a blink. I see something earthy.
Something earthy.
The card art's mostly green. It's usually an earth card. Yeah, there you go. Something earthy, evergreen. So we're blocking 4 on this now. 1 from the crown, 2 from the evergreen, 1 from the rampart. And there's the hammer. We're taking the 2. Interesting. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, interesting that Isaac is choosing to take the frostbite there rather than crowning after, so that it could be applied to the hammer swing. But instead, he's using the tuna counter to pop that frostbite.
Yeah, good, clean way to do it.
Yep, and that was on the end of Sean's turn, worth mentioning. So we did tick it back up to 1 on this turn, swinging a hammer with a blink, and then arsenaling hopefully something that can swing him some tempo here, because even though Sean is down on life, he's been playing out some cards pretty effectively.
It looks like 3
But
earth, an ice, and a crippling
it
crush.
looks like he's caught with 3 break grounds in hand there.
Yeah, we do have
So
crippling crush, so
yeah, I mean, unfused crippling is it's a decent, it's a reset, right? Here's an unfused crippling. Give me either a premium D react or 3 cards, and then then Sean gets the advantage of being able to uh, draw into his less pressured 5-card hand and fuse something else.
take the 4. No frostbite.
Yeah, and
Crippling, take
then
the
play
break
out the
ground for
crippling.
arsenal. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's you're taking 4 damage and then offering a turn reset here. Although it looks like Isaac has drawn into a staunch response. So as much as Sean is resetting and giving himself that 5-card hand next turn, it's also looking like Isaac will have the answer for it if he does come in with a big swing like a fused Oaken or something. We're thinking about blocks. Is that a Pulse of Volthaven on the far left of Isaac's hand?
I thought it looked like it. It's hard to tell though.
Yeah. It's always a fun puzzle. So is Isaac just going to pitch the blue, play the staunch, throw in the shield, cover the 8, and then have a 3-card hand left over? Oh, blocking with the Oaken. Oh, it was the Pulse of Eisenloft, it looks like.
Turn timber.
Yep, almost played out the Staunch. Instead, chose to play out the Turn Timber, which is, I mean, slightly overblocking, I believe. But now he gets to Arsenal the Staunch and still presumably swing a hammer, so.
Oh, is that a double fused
Oh,
token?
it
Sure
looks like
is.
a regular fused Oaken to me.
Is
I
that not
think
a
we're
lightning
missing the
card?
light.
Is that a
It looks
Volthaven?
like Pulse. Oh, I thought that was Pulse of Eisenloft because his Pulse of Volthaven was he got that like turn one, turn two.
Oh yeah.
So we're fishing for the lightning card here, or at least Sean is, and we see a second Oaken. But I mean, you know what? It's not the end of the
Oaken
world.
for 9 is
Isaac
pretty
opting,
good.
yep, Isaac opting to give it to him for free. Sean being able to play the Oaken, demand a D-react out of Isaac's arsenal. Arsenal the
Follow up
other
next turn.
Oaken.
Yeah,
Hold the pulse still. Yeah, I
that's
think
pretty good to
Sean.
back-to-back Oaken. Next turn you're almost guaranteed. If you draw a lightning card, it's guaranteed double
Yep,
fuse.
and I think this staunch is Isaac's last D-react, possibly. Or close to it. He's certainly gone through a lot. He had that one turn where he played them both out because they just came in together and clogged up the hand.
Well, he's not arsenaling a react here, so next turn is definitely hitting.
Yeah.
Unless he draws the another D-react.
Yeah, we're just seeing the hammer.
Did he get the lightning card? Doesn't look like
Um,
it.
I can't tell from this angle,
No,
unfortunately.
I don't think so, man. I
But
think
you know
it's
what? Even if he didn't, it's not the end of the world. Blocking with the channel. Wow.
wow.
Willing to take a frostbite.
Sound like Owen Wilson.
I want to blame the audio on that one. Oh, no frostbite because that wasn't a nice card.
Another 9. What comes
I
next,
mean,
though?
so yeah, I mean Isaac is out of D-react or close to it, depending. I can't say my count is exact at this point.
Yeah, 2 cards are definitely
But
going to the bottom of
Sean,
the deck here.
yeah, Sean is only on 12 life. You know, that's you can only take so many hammer swings. You know, 2 cards are going to the bottom of the deck, yes, but there's no frostbite hammer follow up from Sean, meaning Isaac can swing back with a hammer for 4. And I mean, Sean's very well set up. He's going to be arsenaling a good D-react. I wonder if he arsenals. He probably arsenals the staunch, holds the pulse, hopes to see a lightning because he's not seen one for 2 turns. But there might be a world where you arsenal the pulse and immediately crown it away on the next go because you know Isaac isn't coming in with much threat this turn, anyways. And you probably want that crown rampart block to help fill out the frostbite from the hammer. And there's the
Another
frostbite
Oaken
from the
in hand.
hammer.
He just drew into another Oaken. Or is that crippling?
Sean,
Yeah,
um, if
has
it
to be
is
crippling.
crippling, it might be. If it is crippling, it might be the very first one from the game. The one that he pitched on, I believe it was actually turn 1. So he's crowning away his defense reaction, drawing into, I
But
mean, enough to pay for, we believe, that fused crippling.
he kept the Eisenloft in hand,
Yeah.
yeah?
I believe so. So he just crowned away the staunch response there.
Yeah, it was right. It was the
Oh, yeah, no, it was the
that's
Oaken. Wow.
back-to-back 3 in a row.
Back to back to back. You know, we were criticizing him for not stacking his pitch. Turns out he did it when he shuffled his deck before the game even started. He's just one step ahead.
And this one's double fused too, so this is infinitely worse. Because now at this point, I guess you just hammer for 4s. You follow up, right? There's no reason not to.
Yeah. Although, if we are getting close to second cycle here, we know Sean pitched. He pitched a lot of lightning and ice. He didn't pitch much earth in the beginning. So maybe you hold the Pulse of Eisenloft if it's, only one turn away. Unfortunately, I've not got perfect count of where we are here. It's much harder to do when you're not actually in the game. Um,
Ooh, there's an Oaken going to the bottom of the deck.
yeah, blocking with the crippling, Oaken going to the bottom, Isaac being a bit light on reacts. I think
But we
Sean's
did
in a
have
good
another
spot. He
card.
just needs to push that damage. He did, but now the question is, does he hold the pulse or does he arsenal it, right? I think in this instance he. Oh wow, that was a very very red hand from Isaac there. All the big guardian attacks in one go.
That's an
Unfortunate that he's
Oaken to the
drawn all of
bottom,
his.
and yeah, Oaken to the bottom, and two cripplings gone, just like that.
Yep. So he did choose to arsenal the pulse, and it looks like he didn't draw into ice, but he might do that now. No, he drew into
Expose.
exposed. Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to put on enough pressure to do anything with this turn, but maybe he can arsenal it and try to do something for it next turn. But also, it's so late in the game.
I'm guessing he's just doing this just to force a card out of his hand,
Yeah.
or just choose not to pay. -1 on the shield for the rest
Well,
of the
oh no,
game.
he didn't even have the ice card, so we're just negating shield.
You can't pay through the ice part of it, right? Or the earth part.
No, the earth is it just happens. The ice part you can pay through. But I mean, yeah, the reason that Sean drew into the exposed was because he was fishing for ice anyways. So Isaac here blocking out, saving his life total, hoping that he can get there on hammer swings.
Okay, now life is updated. I was about to say.
Yeah, there we are. Because yeah, that one turn from Sean was big. It was enough, right? Or I guess two turns now. So we've got Tunic on 3. We're fusing,
And here
and
comes
there is
the
crippling.
fused crippling. I think this is turn 1, right?
Oh, yes, but I believe that the first two cards of this hand, or the first two or three cards of this hand, were from the bottom of the deck on first shuffle, because we didn't see any Earth go down early, anyways. This breakground just happened to be at the bottom.
And there's the pulse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's that pulse. Yeah. So fortunate for Sean that he doesn't need to wait the one turn to go on to the next play. But yeah, 13 dominate here. I'm pretty sure we're certain Isaac's at a D reacts. Sean's got one somewhere, possibly two in his deck. But I think it's going to be tough for Isaac coming out of this one because Sean's going to be arsenaling that Pulse of Volthaven and then coming in for. I mean, even Hammer for 8 is plenty.
Yeah, Sean definitely has the a turn timber that he crowned away at some point.
Yeah. Or possibly a Staunch, or possibly both. It's very hard to keep track of two separate instances of the exact same deck. Although, is it
Block
the exact same
3.
deck? Have we seen Isaac?
They're the
I
same
mean,
deck. Or very
yeah,
close to.
block 3, go to 2 because you've got the one prevention from Crown, and then what? Throw Tunic at the Hammer Swing. What else do you do? Oh no, no Hammer Swing because it was
Yeah,
a pulse.
there's yeah, that's right.
It's yeah,
This
too expensive. It's a red. No lightning. It looks like. So we've got ice for 4. I mean, I think at this point Sean goes fishing because he pitched away a good amount of lightning early on in the game, and anything dominated wins the game here. Plus, realistically, I mean, alternatively, he may just want to Pulse of Volthaven, swing a hammer for 8, demand 3 cards from Isaac, and then arsenal a card and get the dominate next turn. I think both are plays that are good enough to get there to win, in all honesty. Yeah, so it looks like he's going for Pulse Hammer for 8, and then arsenal that Break Ground. Some Earth attack.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So we're demanding at least 3 cards from Isaac here. Possibly 3 cards and a Tunic if he's drawn into a lot of 2 blocks. Which is likely, given that we've, gone through the deck and he had that one turn where 3 of his 3 blocks hit the graveyard or bottom of the deck. So he's thinking on blocks. He's debating. And if I were in his position, I know what I'd be saying. I made top 8 of the Pro Tour and you didn't. This Pro Quest means a lot less.
Yeah, but you know what really sucks? Is
What?
the scuba his Elo is gonna take losing a game.
Oh, yeah, because of the ELO system. Although apparently Pro
He's
Quests aren't supposed to be worth that much.
They're not. They're a 6K factor on them. But that still basically equates to, because Isaac is like 18 and change, I think, 1800 Elo, 18
Yeah.
whatever, like low 1800, and Sean is like, I think, 1700. Like there's enough of a split there that like basically it's minus 10 for Isaac on a loss.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Minus 10 for against your buddy. That's unfortunate.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I almost
But I
dislike
mean,
that
realistically,
ProQuest and RTNs have this now. I actually, someone told me that skirmishes did as well. And like if skirmishes are blitz constructed, there's
surely
no way
not.
I ever play one of those again.
Yeah, that's very strange. I don't know. I feel like I took some funny decks to Pro Quests. I I had fun with it, but I don't think I would do that.
What's actually kind of annoying is
All right, so first off, game's over. It came to
yes.
that natural conclusion we were expecting. Sean managed to come in with 2 attacks on a turn. Um, and there we go. Isaac was caught with too many 2 blocks in hand, and that was that. So unfortunate,
It's funny how
but
3 fused Oakenolds back to back to back just swings the game.
who would have thought?
Yeah,
Three
who would've
three
thought?
fused Oaknals, and I think in addition to that, I think Isaac caught some bad beats in terms of playing. Like he drew his defense reactions really clumped up. He drew his big red attacks really clumped up. And Sean didn't. Sean drew them very nicely distributed throughout the game.
Yeah.
And not to take away from Sean's skill in the game, but you know him and Isaac are quite comparable players all in all. I'm sure there's arguments for one being better than the other, but I think same deck, very similar play styles that they trained the same way for it. That it came down to, yeah, Sean drew better, and Isaac drew a couple awkward hands, and that's sometimes all it takes for the momentum to be difficult to claw back.
Yeah, it's just how she goes sometimes.
Yep.
Hopefully
Hopefully we
hopefully next
see
game we
a
can get
new
some
hero in round 4.
hopefully no chain and no Starvo next round. That's the goal.
Yeah, even if it's some mid-table action, it'd be fun to see. I don't know, Lexi versus Reinar maybe.
No, we don't want Reinar. Why do we want to see that trash?
He's fun.
No, yeah, if you want to lose, sure. I mean, I don't mind seeing
Like
Lexi. That'd be fine.
I said, I took some dumb decks to Pro Quests. What do you want me to say? I, I don't mind having fun but losing.
We don't need to have Shrek on stream. I think we're good.
Although I'm glad Baby Reiner got new art in the classic battle set because now I don't need to play as pudgy Baby Shrek. You
Oh
can
yeah,
actually just play a decently fearsome looking hero.
yeah. I think once Kano goes Living Legend in Blitz, I think my Blitz days are over.
Yeah,
I may never
I
go
mean,
play another game of Blitz again.
I don't know. Maybe Icelander will be enough, or maybe I mean, from what we've seen so far of
People have said that, and I'll give you the same answer I gave them. If I can't pay 3 to take a card off the top of my deck, it ain't the same.
if I can't kill you in exactly one turn with zero preparation on a hope and a prayer, no point.
Yeah, no, it's just a waste of time.
Fair enough. Well,
So,
we'll be back soon for round four. I'm going to step away for a little bit. In the meanwhile, you can go check out what singles Red Riot Games has, as well as now a very expanded selection of really just anything you'd find at an LGS. And they ship just about anywhere. So you can have a look through that, and we'll see you again for round four.
see ya. I'm back.
Alrighty. Well, what are we going to chat about until round 4 starts then?
Oh, dealer's choice, man. You'd pick.
What else is happening with Flesh and Blood right now? I mean,
Okay.
a lot, to be honest.
Let's live in a post Starvo and Chain Gone world. What is the
Yep.
highest? What is the fastest deck in your opinion?
The fastest deck in a post-Starvo and Chain world, I'm pretty sure it's Kano. Right?
Okay, let's not include Kano.
Like-
Let's pretend because it's
Yeah.
I don't.
It's
consider him a
weird.
fast
It's
deck.
fast, but it's weird.
He's a combo deck. I wouldn't call him a fast deck per se. It's fast against no null rune. Otherwise, he's strictly a combo deck.
Yeah. But you can find the combo pretty damn fast. Like, everything about his kit says dig through your deck, literally at instant speed, right?
Yeah, it'll be an interesting spot come next. There's so much arcane damage going on next set that everybody. It's going to be like an inevitability that everyone's running 3 null rune, right?
Yeah, I feel like it.
Which
That
doesn't
being
even-
said, I mean, yeah, but now with Wildfire, I think 3 null rune is fine. It just
Hey,
means you need to wait for the combo rather than just
You
flipping
would,
off the top.
True. You actually despise Spell Void a lot more than you hate. Null.
Yeah. Now the
Although,
question
did you see
becomes,
this new card here, Sand Cutter,
I did, the instant?
and instant block 4.
Block 4 of any damage type, interestingly enough. So,
It's Reckless Swing. Your boy Shrek gets worse and worse every day.
it does include Reckless Swing, but it also destroys Aether Wildfire.
Oh yeah, dumpster.
It's a 0-cost steadfast, and all you gotta do is have an ally on the board, which you can make at instant speed with your gloves, right?
Well, it's just target Ash you control, so you have to have Ash, not an ally.
Oh, target Ash you control. Oh, interesting. Okay. I feel like Ash will be easy enough to have and
Well-
hold. It's every time you pitch a red card, right?
Is that how it works?
That's what Dromai's ability is. Every time you pitch a red card, generate an Ash.
Yeah, I'm already not liking
So,
it. I hate anything that looks like Kano hate.
I mean, we're talking about how good Aether Wildfire is, and that card just undoes it. So, for anybody who maybe hasn't seen this yet, we'll read it out loud to you. So, Sand Cover is a 0-cost red instant. It's a common, so presumably it also comes in yellow and blue. But target Ash you control gains a ward 4 until the end of turn. And ward says if your hero would be dealt damage, prevent 4 of that, and destroy this. In this case, this being the Ash. So, basically, you've got most of a 0-cost red steadfast there.
Pretty good, especially the fact that it's a 0 cost.
Yeah. Combine that with the Quell keyword we saw on the Illusionist Gloves, which lets you pay 1 resource to block a point of damage of any type, and then is destroyed at the end of the turn. It's basically defensive Metacarpus nodes on a keyword, which I think is very strong and very interesting, but it's looking like Aether Wildfire may not be viable against Dromai.
Having the one big go-off turn, yeah, it might not be. But, I mean, if her deck is primarily red, then...
I'm-
We'll have to see, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure how red it will be. I still think it'll have a healthy, normal amount of blues in there, right? Because at the very least, yeah, I'm presuming you're going to want some of the Illusionist blue actions, right? For the same reason that that Prism does, because you have, 0 attack go again, or 0 cost go again for each of your dragon pokes, and then you slap that down at the end. right? Because I feel like you probably want the option between whether you just slap down a blue Illusionist aura or play, you know, a red Rupture card that we've seen come out so far. The Draconic, quote, generics.
Maybe. I don't know. It seems like whenever I look to build a hero, personally, it's like the first thing you do is you look at their hero power. So I feel like if you're not taking advantage of the hero power, you're just wasting your time. Because that's usually the most powerful part of the hero, right? Is what their text on their card says. If you're not exploiting that to its absolute fullest, you're not. I feel like the hero's just not going to do what you want it to do, right?
Yeah. I think that's a really good point. I mean, we've seen Dramai's power cards demand blues, right? Unless you're going for that very specific combo strategy you mentioned earlier about, you know, dropping energy potions and then using them to go off at the end of the game. But even then, energy potions are blues.
Which 6 cost? Did you mention there was a 6 cost?
It's the first dragon they revealed. I think it's Draconi Optimi.
Oh, that it's a different dragon than this one that's here that just got recently.
Yeah. So there's one 6 cost, there's one 4 cost. Both expensive cards. Both very strong cards. Like 12 damage is a lot. That can come off of one card.
I don't see where it's. I see the actual marble card for the dragon.
Oh, you don't see the invoke?
Summon. Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
It's the other side. It's exactly the same as the 4 cost invoke, except it costs 6, and the dragon name is different. Yeah. I'm curious what the third legendary dragon will be.
They said there's 3 of them?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's 3, you know, there's one linked to each of the world premiere events. So.
Really?
Yeah, I think that you get a promo mat of one in Madrid and then a different one in Vegas and then the third one in Sydney. I can't remember which is which, but...
The only mat that matters anymore is the Pro Tour France one, the Eye of Vidya.
That's a nice looking mat. I mean, Eye of Ophidia is just such a good piece of art, and realistically, like, I feel like half the decks in the game benefit from having Eye of Ophidia in them now, because there's just so much card draw and revealing off the top these days that, you know, I think progressively it will become a necessary card to have in the collection if you want to build, like, the good decks when they come out, right?
You know what's crazy is that was probably one of the best things of that whole PT weekend was getting that hard to find out mat. I remember just like getting there and getting into the thing on the Friday morning. You're getting in line to sign up, and then you start seeing this, like, what is that? Like, oh shit. Everybody's getting a hard to find out mat. And it just looks so crisp. It has no zones on it. One of the nicest mats they've ever made.
Yeah, I haven't seen one in person yet, unfortunately, but I would imagine that the colors work really, really well on it, because they've gotten a lot better at coloring the mats over the years, and I'd imagine that they would not have made the hard to find out mat if they were not 100% happy on it, because they love keeping their, you know, premium cards looking good and premium, right? And I think that applies to the card art on the mat.
There was like speculation that the Pro Tour winner was going to get a gold foil hard to find out.
No, they said they shredded those. Wasn't that a whole big deal?
Yeah. Well, like the thought was that they'd give the different for each Pro Tour, give a different
gold
foil
Fable. Yeah. You run out of Fables pretty quick though.
Depends on what Pro Tours you do here. Just do each set.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, I guess because, yeah, you've only got 2 Pro Tours a year, a couple months apart each, and then you've got, like, Nationals Worlds fills out the rest of it, right?
Yeah, well, Nationals you wouldn't give out those things. It's too prestigious.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah.
Winning a Nats isn't like winning a Pro Tour. I think, obviously, Pro Tour and World Championships is what they consider their highest caliber event.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And even then, Worlds is a level above Pro Tour according to their Living Legend points.
Is it?
Even though they're both technically level 4 events,
There's
but
like the same K factor for Elo.
yeah, but the World Championships awards 300 Living Legends points to a hero, whereas Pro Tour only awards 200.
Well, Elo's still the same. I know that the K factor
Goes to one rated tournament, and now talks about Elo every single chance he gets. It's a new paranoia.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah, sorry, you're saying K factors of Nationals events, or?
The same as the callings too.
Yeah, sounds about right. Because as much as Nationals are invite only, I don't think they're restrictive in any meaningful way to interested players, except possibly in the United States.
Yeah, I was gonna say in Canada, if you wanted to play in the Canadian Nats, just literally show up to Armory events for a month straight.
Yeah, and
on XP.
I'm getting very much the same vibe for England and the rest of Europe as well.
Yeah, if you really want to go and just play enough games, you're probably going to get an XP invite at least.
Exactly.
But I imagine in the US there's enough people or more than enough interest to you'd actually have to grind XP if you really want it that way.
Yeah, well, I think the US is, what, half the world's player base, give or take, in terms of, like, gem registrations. That number might be slightly outdated, but, I mean, their Nats only had, what, 3 times as many as, like, the, quote, mid-sized countries of, like, Canada, England, I think Australia, and New Zealand were also at 96. So, you know, I feel like it's much harder to get into US Nats than it is other Nats, just based on the number of slots available.
100%.
So it'll be interesting to see how things shake out, but I will say I'm disappointed they're dialing back the number of draft sets a year.
It's just going to be 2 a year now?
Well, I think they've said they're alternating 1 draft, 1 supplemental, 1 draft, 1 supplemental, whereas previously it was 2 draft, 1 supplemental. But, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's tough to design a good draft set that also, you know, keeps CC interesting. Hey, we're in on round 4. Oh, here we go. We got 2 brand new heroes. Although, admittedly, the, you know, next best on the tiers from what we've seen in the past little while.
Yeah,
we're seeing
like
a Prism.
1C versus 2A, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think you may be overcomplicating the tier lists with your alphanumerical system, but I mean, hey, you're the pro player. You can do what you want.
Yeah, you actually killed me.
We're going on to hour 4 now. We're allowed a bit of banter.
Sure, why not? Ben Olsen, not familiar with him, against Leon Chow. The Chow brothers, they roll deep.
They do, and you know, they've got a good amount of tournament wins on them in every format. Blitz, CC, and Draft and Sealed. So they're making their way around. Interesting to see how this Prism Lexi match goes. And I'm wondering what build that our Lexi player is on here.
Well, I
My
would
money
hazard to guess
is that
a carbon copy of somebody else's list.
Yes. She is the one Lexi player that people go to nowadays.
They love
and
love,
you know what? I don't fault them. She's so good at the deck. That being said, Lexi's not exactly a pick up and play hero. Yeah, so apparently we are looking at effectively Yuki Lee Bender's Pro Tour deck coming from Ben Olsen here. So interesting to see how that goes. I mean, Prism isn't the easiest matchup. You need to draw into your power cards as Lexi pretty quick.
don't.
But that being said, it depends if Leon is stuck with 27 auras, it might be difficult to get enough Herald offense going.
Well, personally, I haven't played this matchup. You definitely side out quite a few of the auras here. You're definitely not playing them all.
Oh, definitely. But I mean, if you're on 27 auras, a lot of the rest of your sideboard is, individual tech cards. You don't have a stack of nice yellow heralds to side in.
I think you'd be surprised. I think it depends on
Really?
what you're
Okay.
afraid of
Maybe I'm out
most.
of touch.
If you're afraid of chain, and you're trying to fatigue chain, then yeah, your sideboard is just clogged with that matchup type stuff like sigils and impenetrable belief and whatnot. But if you're not
Yeah.
afraid of that and you're trying to play aggressive into chain, then your list is you got premium heralds in there all day, including like things like you'd never seen before. I'm sure, given that you haven't played in a while, like Enigma Chimera and all sorts of things.
Hey, I've been playing. I've just not been playing Pro Tours.
I mean, we haven't played the
I've
game in
been.
forever.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I'm out of touch with the modern competitive meta. I'm playing a lot of local blitz and just casuals at the game shop.
And you're just showing up
And I
with
gotta
Holden
say,
and
man,
ruining everybody's day. I know it.
no, 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 no. Okay, all right.
I
I
know
got
it.
off the
I know it.
plane.
Don't lie.
No, no, no. I took Oldham to one event. All right. And then by the end of that week, the cards came in that were necessary for me to build the rest, like a non-degenerate blitz deck. So thank you very much. I've been also representing Bravo, and I think I'm taking
Oh.
KO on Monday. So there you go.
So it looks like Leon has a CNC in hand, so he is playing that. I don't have it in my list, but I
Yeah,
haven't changed my list since the Pro Tour, so
there you go.
I've literally had
Maybe
no
he's
interest
ahead
in
of the
playing.
curve.
I've had no interest in playing Prism since coming back.
I mean,
I'm
fatigue and
like
burn.
burnt out. I'm just burnt out on it.
Yeah, real things. Two
Um,
or turn humility against Lexi and his bending, so you know you're gonna have Spectral Shield coming into your turn.
yeah, that is about the second best possible start you could ever have is Prism right there.
Yep. And he's drawn into an Ode and what looks like pair of Heralds of Protection, and then is
I
that a
see an
Shimmers in the back?
Yep, an Ode and a Shimmer. So you basically say no block and double aura again. This is like worst case scenario for the Lexi.
Yeah, because I mean, realistically, Prism's gonna take what 4-ish damage from an arrow here,
Oh, there's a Blizzard Bolt.
maybe
Oh, he
maybe
has a fuse.
9.
If he has fuse
Oh,
for
if he
Blizzard
has
Bolt,
to
it's not
use
so
that,
bad.
yeah,
We'll see. I mean, even if it's fused, doesn't matter. You play one aura instead of two. And there's the
yeah.
fuse.
There's the fuse with the Ice Quake. That'll be a good one for next turn.
Unless one of the
Yeah, one of the protections could be blue, at which point you don't really care. Unless there's, I mean, well, yeah, theoretically there's a world in which Ben could be holding a 0-cost arrow, pitch that Ice Quake. Oh no, but then Fatigue Shot costs 1, doesn't it?
it does.
Yeah, so only 2 arrows are coming in.
You
I
definitely want to
think,
keep the Ice Quake for next turn.
yeah. Yeah, you got 2 arrows coming in. You can almost guarantee the second one is 100% going to be hitting an aura. So I think you take this if
Maybe
one of those
not.
protections is blue.
Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just straight up ignore it, which is a huge mistake, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like if you're ignoring it, you're 100% gambling that you're going to be drawing into a Rain Razors or an Art of War very quickly, right? Or a Three of a Kind. Whereas I
Yeah.
feel like you've got this kind of neutral start. Maybe you want to go for the, pop an aura, go for that moderate, play it until you see your power card. Or, I mean, that's what I would do. I've played a little bit of Lexi, not too much. Um, but realistically speaking, Ben doesn't know that Leon's has another double aura turn. Oh, but it looks like we're going for the block out.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a single aura turn. Not sure.
Is it going to be single aura Arsenal the Merciful? Or sorry, not Merciful, the Ode?
Yeah. Well, that's the only thing that makes sense here. All I know is you have to kill the parable. That parable gets so much
Yeah,
value
'cause
over the turns. It's so bad for you. It has to go.
just because Lexi is just so wide now, especially with all these zero cost arrows that have made their way into the deck. I mean, we haven't seen any of them yet, but they are in here. Even the mediocre ones like Searing Shot.
And
Yeah,
the
and there we
parable.
go. We're hitting the parable.
Yeah. Well, you get a free shield out of that.
Was he debating on Crown of Reflection there? Oh no,
I
you can
think
only do that on your own turn. Never
yeah, I'm
mind.
thinking he's thinking about pitching the shimmers before the end of his turn to play the ode.
Oh, gotcha.
I I wouldn't. I prioritize having the arsenal card and still having you basically have the same amount of auras plus the arsenal. You're just
Yeah,
not pinging the Lexi back, but I don't think you really care.
yeah, because the Ode's not doing much if you get it out right now, right?
Yep.
Because
So he
and
definitely made the
maybe
right
if you had
decision.
one extra yellow, and you could have made another spectral shield and then gone 1, 2, 3, 4, but each of those ones is actually two, then maybe. But because you're that one card short, I feel like yeah, we're taking that line that you described.
Yeah, he's just gonna play shimmers and pass arsenal up the ode.
Yeah, and then next turn you've got three on Tunic anyway, so you can play it off a single blue. It works out pretty nice.
Yeah, and you can decide based on how you draw. If you draw D reacts, you're blocking. You draw double aura, then you just eat all the damage in double aura. Prism is really flexible when you draw the double aura turn 0 and then the double aura turn 2. You're in great shape to just decide. And there's an erudition in hand.
There's an Erudition, which is so good against Lexi
Yes,
with
it
just
is.
that
And I think I see
that
in a
Ranger
CNC
armor.
too, man. So he gets a frostbite from the Lexi flip.
I mean, that's fine so long as he's got a blue and a yellow to back that up. What are we playing? Oh, we're playing the three of a kind. Interesting.
I can't tell. It looked like he had a red CNC. I mean, you could potentially just eat everything here. Erudition into CNC is absolutely devastating.
It is, but that ice quake is if you're eating things, that ice quake is going to make a lot of frostbites because it's a frostbite on every attack on the turn.
That's true. Guess it depends on how many things hit this turn or how many arrows he drew.
Oh,
Pathing
Pathing
Helix for
Helix,
4.
threatening the reload, which is nice for 7. I'm assuming off the ice quake, right?
Yeah, you're definitely plopping 2 cards in front of this.
Yeah, I think you say bye to the Erudition, maybe. Because the Erudition threatens to draw 2 cards, but the CNC threatens to destroy 2 cards, right?
Yeah, but it's not looking like you're going to be able to play those. Unfortunately, this is like one of those turns where you're just taking a turn off, which feels horrible. But you know what? It's either he gets 2 arrows or 3 arrows directly into, or 2 and then 1 into an aura. So
Do we know how many arrows he's holding? Can he even do that?
I'm not sure. You definitely don't let this one hit, or he's going to get a free reload.
No, no, you definitely don't. Because, I mean, if the Icequake Frostbite wasn't in play, then maybe you'd think about it. But the fact that it's going to add up to be another 2, 3 Frostbites,
Uh, if
it's
if there was no frostbite consideration here, I would just eat everything.
yeah. There you go.
Second Voltaire activation.
Blizzard Bolt.
Yeah, that's the end of it right there. You can't play that from hand.
Wait, what are we doing?
Icy encounter from hand. Definitely can't do that.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, that's a rules violation.
I'll see if I can send
Yeah, we'll
the judge a message.
we'll message the relevant people. But in the meanwhile, we're seeing a war tune come down. I'm assuming it's a yellow.
Hopefully, we can catch it before they go
Yeah,
super
I mean,
ahead.
I think it depends on how much of a delay we've got on our side of the stream. Well, they're plowing on.
Well, hopefully that doesn't change the course of the game because I just gave him a free arsenaled arrow and an aura down. Fortunate,
Yeah. I
but I mean, it's both players
mean,
have to be like. I mean, I don't know if it's intentional or not. It's just both players need to be keeping the game state up.
ooh, there's the other three of a kind. Yeah. The fact that he's starting with that Blizzard Bolt in Arsenal is probably going to make a difference on this. Well, for the time being, I think we've just got to keep talking about the game that's currently being shown. So, oh, interesting. Are we pitching Rain Razors? Oh, I guess if you drew it off of three of a kind, you kind of have to.
Yeah,
Not much you can do. Yeah. And if you had it in hand, you would just play it beforehand. So, unfortunate that the very strong combo power cards are coming in that clump, but Rain Razor still pitches yellow, which is kind of brilliant. Really good card.
that it is.
Still waiting for the tri-shot Death Dealer Azalea to take over the game.
Good one.
I think
Azalea.
tri-shots.
Can you imagine?
I, hey, Red in the Ledger is the best on hit in the game. Oh, okay. Looks like we're getting some rollback here.
Oh well, at this point, it's probably too late.
I mean, at this point, I feel like the same thing would happen. The Blizzard Bolt just isn't in the arsenal, and then the Icy Encounter is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, sorry, the Icy Encounter would be in hand. Oh, no, sorry, the Icy Encounter would be in the arsenal. The three of a kind would have stayed in hand. But then, which of the other cards that he drawn was improperly drawn? Oh, he just chose one to put back on top, huh? We're not.
I I almost feel like it's no point to reel it back at this point because you played a whole other turn cycle.
Yeah, I'm very confused as to what's going on here. So we've got three cards in hand while we're trying to do this. The Rain Razors are still being pitched. We've got the Spectral Shield in the cards that we're blocking, that Pathing Helix, Icequake for 7. So I understand what's going on Leon's side of the board. I'm just curious why the Ice Encounter still face up.
They're probably more annoyed with us than happy that we're fixing this.
I mean, yeah, but you know what? If you pick up a very difficult to sequence deck like Lexi, you gotta live and die by the sequencing, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Because
no, you're not.
that realistically, having that Blizzard Bolt in Arsenal is a massive advantage.
It is,
Like
and
that's an additional 5 damage
which he could
on this
still
upcoming
have,
three of
but
a kind.
if he has that, then the shimmers needs to be on the board. That's like the trade-off, right?
Yes, exactly.
Like you may still just
Uh,
choose to leave the shimmers alone and have the blizzard bolt, but like you don't get the best of every world, right?
yeah.
It's and like I know it sounds horrible, but like the competitive integrity of the game has to stick, right? It is a pro quest. It's not an armory, so
Yeah, I feel like at this you kind of have to at this point, right? It's difficult to ignore when it's on camera, and the advantage is that big, right? Because it's effectively it's representing at least a 5 damage advantage. So it looks like we're thinking rather than discussing now, based on the hand movements I'm seeing from Ben.
you go ahead and decipher based on hand movements. Um,
I mean, hey, dead air is the antithesis of radio, right?
yeah. Have you
We got to talk about something.
sure. While they figure this out, what's your thoughts on how Dash will be coming up?
I think it'll be interesting. I
The
think
sheer
Dash has.
the sheer board clear potential she has, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say that pistol can take out every ally that Dramai can put on the board. She might just get run down by Fi though, because I'm assuming Fi is gonna be Katsu but more aggressive.
Ah, but then you could just side with the Teklo Pounders.
Yeah, but is that gonna be enough?
If all fights cards block for 2, I don't see why not.
Well, every Draconic card we've seen blocks for 3,
That's Draconic. We
so
don't know about Ninja Draconic.
that's true. But realistically, those Draconic cards may as well be Ninja cards. On Chainlink 4, do a thing. Something tells me they're making the cut, you know?
Fair enough.
So yeah, I'm curious to see how that'll go. Um, my issue with Dash is that even a lot of her good matchups are now bad. Like Dash is now bad into Bravo. It's weird.
Bravo's just fast enough, huh?
He's fast enough. He's got the on hits. Like he's got so many more tools to guarantee he never misses now. That like
If you play the aggressive boost style, though, it's actually quite good in the Prism. You go so fast.
yeah, I mean you got high octane to generate some action points, shoot down some auras. I think Dash is in a very interesting spot. I just don't know if she's going to do enough at each thing to have an identity. All right, so it looks like we are now fully resolving this.
I think he's deciding what
I,
cards go on top of his deck. Or he's, I hope if those are going to the bottom, that's gonna be a real feels bad. That's 2 Rain Razors straight to the bottom of the deck.
yeah, so we're drawing into 2 red arrows. So, okay, so the Icy Encounter still got played. The Shimmer still got popped.
I
We're
think the idea was is that they couldn't determine what was in his hand before the 3 of the kind, so he had to select 2 to go to the bottom.
okay.
I think.
I
I'm
still
I'm still not
don't.
understanding how Shimmers of Silver is gone though. How is Shimmers?
Yeah, because it looks like Icy Encounter still destroyed Shimmers of Silver. Icy Encounter's in the graveyard. Blizzard Bolt's still in the arsenal.
I think I'm just
So
gonna. I'm not. Let's just move on. Let's roll with the punches here.
yeah, like on one hand, I agree. Let's move on. But Ben is currently holding a 7 card hand, so all right. So we've got. I would hope if you use Blizzard Bolt,
Go again for 4.
is it the yellow? I can't quite see the color.
Oh yeah, it might be red. It's hard to tell.
I mean, either way, an arrow with an irritating on hit effect. All right, so it looks like we're taking it, and then taking a frostbite, losing the spectral shield. All right, so official word is that the game state was reversed back to playing Icy Encounter. It was resolved as an illegal card play. During that reversal of game state, the knowledge of the cards was compromised. A warning was issued to Ben, and the extra card info of your opponent gets to see your hand and then choose which ones go to the top and the bottom was also enacted there. Yeah. So that was the official sequence of events that we got there. But now we've got an endless arrow on the board. I'm assuming with a go again that we're pitching a three of a kind for. So we know there's two Rain Razors and a three of a kind right at the bottom of the deck. I think Leon's probably decently happy at this point that all the three of a kinds have been accounted for. A lot of the Rain Razors have been addressed.
Oh yeah, you're sitting pretty now.
Yeah, and I don't. Does Art of War come into this matchup? I'm
It
not sure.
does. 100% it does.
It does. Yeah.
I think
I
it's
watched the whole
main.
deck, but I've
I
forgotten.
I would say the main reason for it is to actually just to cycle the deck faster to get to the
Yeah,
all the power cards.
that's it's such a good use of that card. All right. So we've blocked out the Endless Arrow, and then there's the Blizzard Bolt. That's 4 cards in the pitch zone. Wow. Fusing this one, so we're threatening 2 Frostbites with this.
If I was
One
Leon
from the
here,
first Blizzard Bolt, one from the second.
if I was Leon, I'd be perfectly happy just to block, take no damage. The fact that like the best case scenario for you is just to have Lexi off of an arsenal. If once Lexi's off of an arsenal, you're not worried about anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Icequake's going to be an Arsenal, right? So that's going to be making a lot of Frostbites
Oh,
next
true.
turn as well.
I totally forgot about
Yeah,
the
because
fuse card game.
yeah, it's being used to fuse there. Oh, we're pitching. Oh, is this where the O to Wrath comes out? Because we've got the resources and it lets us do something.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Yep.
Because
And
he
paying
has the
through the
one boss
Frostbite.
fight. Yep.
Yeah. And then are we? Oh, we're thinking. Oh, we're resequencing such that the tunic generation is factored into this. All right. So same play, making it a bit more visually clear now.
It's gonna take the 2
And so that's
frostbites, I
going to be,
guess.
yeah, take the 2 frostbites, take the 4 damage. It looks like it was, or maybe 5 damage
Arsenal.
on this one.
He's gonna arsenal up the.
Arsenal the blue aura.
Nope, it's a Mirage, I think. Metamorph.
Oh, it's a Mirage. Oh, way better. What a card, Miraging Metamorph.
It's the best card in the deck.
I mean, any one cost illusionist attack is just insanely strong with Footsteps and Luminaris, right?
It's just the bee's knees, man.
What doesn't it do? It even blocks for 3,
I just love the
adding
fact that
insult to injury.
it's literally a card. It's like 3 cards of your deck that says minus 21 life to your opponent.
Yep. Oh, did we Lexi for a Frostbite?
Looks like it.
Or did we just... Well, normally they use the blue token for Frostbite, but we'll see. Alright, so this is Bolt and Shot for... Wow, this would be for 8, I'm assuming? 4
I don't
plus
think
3 plus
there's
1?
I don't think there's any reason to not flip Lexi there. Unless you're absolutely sure this is gonna hit and you're gonna get a reload on something you care more about. There's a channel like Frigid in hand. I don't know if you have the ice card though to pitch for it.
Yeah, because it's a Frost Lock in the pitch zone, so it's not... It's an Ice Fuse card, it's not an Ice card. Important distinction.
Taking it all, getting a frostbite. And here comes the pathing helix.
So he's opting not to reload.
No, use the Alexi activation.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have reloaded the. So
He could have
yeah, you
reloaded
could have reloaded
the channel.
the channel, flip it, give another frostbite. Because I don't
Yeah,
think he
because
did the
that would.
flip on the first card.
No, he didn't. And I think that was just a case of getting a bit overexcited. Because yeah, if he did flip the ice quake on the first go, then you're threatening 3 frostbites here, which is, I mean, it's crippling for any deck, right? I think Prism can pretty effectively play around 1 more often than not. 2 is a headache because it costs you an extra yellow card. 3 changes your whole turn plan.
Yeah, but I see 2 blue auras in his hand. As long as he has a yellow, he can actually just pay right through everything.
Yeah,
He's blocking 5. Save some
yeah.
life.
So we're being blocked out.
He can actually just. Uh, he has only the 1 frostbite. Yeah. So then now you're just throwing miraging.
Yeah, man. If that were 2 frostbites, if he got that flip, I think it would have made Leon's turn a lot more awkward because he's not even got the tunic counter to have that wiggle room.
Well, you still just pitch the blue and miraging.
Yeah, because Ode is still up. That's a very good
That's
point. It would
right.
have go again anyways.
I
Yep.
can't even tell you the amount of times where I've thrown a herald pitching a blue, and the opponent doesn't ask if it has go again, and they just take damage and assume that the turn is over, and I just flick my ode to wrath and say, "Yeah, how's it go again? Sorry, keep going."
There you go. Man, that's just adding insult to injury. Pointing out that the one resource card has 7 power with 7 separate icons or little
That's like
tokens.
that's actually my favorite way to do it too. Is when they question, "How does this have go again?" And I just flick the ode to wrath.
Yeah, man. Read the cards. Rule number 1. Also, the single thing I say the most whenever I'm judging any event. Ooh, and that's a lot of damage pushed through to Ben
Oh
there
my
because that's
goodness!
going to be
And
what
here comes the
8, 2, and
Pierce.
2.
Yeah, and then drops the Pierce. Because now, if there's a Herald of Erudition in hand, this game just ends on the spot.
Well, I think Herald of Erudition may have to wait a turn because we've got Channel Lake revealed. That's going to be a frostbite, and that's going to be played out with an ice card to back it up.
Sure, but
I think
now you're not worried about a double arrow turn.
no, you're not, but it's kind of telling everybody we need to take a little break here. But what that does is it lets Leon reset the arsenal, maybe sneak out one more aura, and it's just the auras are ramping now, right? Because you've got some dangerous ones.
Yes, Ode
Pierce
is
is
very
really good,
dangerous.
and I mean Ode is the dangerous one when there's a lot else backing it up, right?
Yep.
You're doubling your damage output.
Mm.
So we're blocking out the Searing Shot.
I think that's Pathing Hero
No,
Helix.
oh yeah, sorry, that is Pathing Helix. And we're pitching the Prismatic
And the
Shield, it
Endless
looks like.
Arrow. Comes the Endless. I don't know. I feel like I think
Oh,
he's
Leon's
ignoring
now
auras.
explaining that.
It's a triggered
Yeah,
ability. Yeah.
yeah. Leon's just explaining the triggered versus activated ability here. Because Footsteps has when you defend with this, not pay 1 resource, gain 1 defense, and then defend with this.
So we're doing a little takes backsies here.
I guess so. I mean, Leon's got a turn. Are we pitching a blue, playing CNC?
Sure.
Shouldn't Leon have a frostbite though? Wasn't Channel Lake flipped face up at the beginning of last turn?
I feel like the player would have given him the little frostbite token if it was. So I'm guessing he didn't flip it.
Yeah. Oh, I saw it face up in his arsenal at some point. I mean, either way, Leon could have played around it with Tunic, but it may be some. I mean, it's the downfalls of having video and no audio. Oh wait, okay. Oh yeah, so it looks like that is what's happening, and we're now explaining it.
So you can't pay for this.
He can if he pitches to pay for Tunic to then use the
No,
remaining to CNC.
It'll cost 2 to pay for
Oh
the
no,
Tunic.
because Channel Lake makes Tunic. Yep.
So he wouldn't be able to do
Well,
this. Yeah, now I'm
but
confused. That's okay. Let's
it's
just move on.
happening. Maybe it was a mistrigger thing where it wasn't actually declared and it wasn't being represented on Leon's side of the board when he was making his decision to block. Oh. Table is shaking. There's some strong opinions being had. So given this new information, I mean, what's Leon's play? Pitch both cards, make a spectral shield, just arsenal something pass?
It was to keep the um, prismatic shield for Arsenal. That was the play.
Yeah. Yeah.
But given what he has in hand, honestly, the only thing you can do is just pass. I'd keep the red in hand and just put the haze bending in Arsenal.
I mean, Leon's hands have some opinions here. So I think I think his argument is that the frostbite wasn't represented to him last turn.
Yeah, they're just talking Italian to each other right now.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you're allowed to say that. You are Italian.
You gonna cancel me for that one? Jesus.
Hey, this is going out on the internet. I'm not canceling anybody, but, people run with stuff. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, that Mike guy making Italian jokes.
You're going back to the homeland. You'll be able to get more advanced Italian jokes soon.
I'm back 10 pounds heavier too.
I mean, I feel like it's not a vacation if you're not, right?
Yeah.
It's always a good time. All right, so it seems that we're pitching to attack with Ode and then arsenaling the CNC. Yeah. Unfortunate, not as strong as the turn could have been had things been more straightforward.
Yeah. Well,
And
I have
now
an Arsenal anyways. So.
CNC in the arsenal, you mean?
Sorry, yes, CNC in the Arsenal.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like about it is that now Ben knows what it is.
Fair, but you really only have to keep one yellow card to go ping, ping, ping with all your shields, and then or you need two, I guess, yellow cards. What am I talking
Yeah,
about?
you need to. You need to make a shield, presumably. Fatigue shot, great arrow against CNC,
Not
but
bad.
no frostbite this turn.
I feel like this is the turn where you just say no block to everything. And you just chuck heralds because everything
Uh,
threatens so much damage here.
I mean, yeah, he's got a what?
You have 4 heralds in
Judgment,
hand.
War Tune, Protection. Yeah, but fatigue shot's gonna make one of them irrelevant.
Maybe you don't care because like that first one, he'll ignore it, get the extra ping from Ode,
Sure. Oh,
and
we're
there
lightning
goes the
pressing
boots.
it.
Boots are gone now.
Yep. Well, I mean, the boots are in this matchup are, I guess, a bit of incremental value because I don't think there's any 6 powers in the deck. Oh, actually, no, you're right. You 100% don't care about fatigue shot because you basically buff yourself back up from Pierce Reality,
Also, that
so you can eat that pretty handily.
just reading our cards, make sure we understand what they do.
And there's the endless arrow. Is that at the Ode?
I feel like it's too
It
late
doesn't
now
look like it.
to
Yeah, I
start
mean
clearing the board.
it doesn't look like it's at the Ode. It was just placed near the Ode because that's where the combat chain is going now. Yeah, so it looks like we're taking that, and then we're going to be swinging in with possibly, if it's a war tune, it could be Herald CNC, if that's a blue in hand. Or are we going to make a Spectral Shield, poke, 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 CNC?
Well, that's a safer play. But you're good here. He pops it. You're really sad.
Yeah, but I think you're pretty confident that,
There's
there
no
aren't
pops.
sixes in this deck, right? Yeah.
With your boots gone, I don't know if I'd ever lead that way now at this point.
I mean, it's worth a gamble. It's a war tune for 8. 9 if it hits.
For 4, the minus from the fatigue.
Oh, he blocked a. Oh, yeah, right, because lightning press pushed it over. Well, no, so in that case it would be 5, right? 6 divided by 2 is 3
I
plus
think
2
it's
from
off the
Pierce Reality.
base, so it's 3 plus 2 is 5.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
plus 1 from Ode. So it would hit for
Yeah,
6.
on the hit. I
And then
mean,
you're
yeah, Ben.
yeah, that's the McJuicer right there.
Yeah, there you go. He had the tunic for it. We're demanding the 2 cards. Leon's, pretty much in a position,
Yeah, you're
unless this is
down to
another
3
Channel
cards.
Lake. Yeah. Chilling, no fuse. Yeah, I feel like if you're Leon, you just you eat the damage. Maybe you block the endless with a card and a tunic just to prevent all card advantage, but it depends what's in your hand. Is that a sink in his hand?
It
Maybe you
is.
just sink the endless. Yeah. Alright, so this is 5 damage, no on hit.
Yeah, you just let it hit.
I mean, yeah. You've got 12 life, you're presenting a lockdown lethal just on the board as is.
And you sink the
Assuming you have
sucker.
it. There you go. And then so long as there's a single yellow in your hand, you poke with 4 auras.
Yeah, he has
You
an
take
Arclight
out.
in his hand.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, because now you chip at the armor, strip 2 cards. Lexi can't do much with just that, especially when she's caught with a lightning press.
Yeah, make a shield. Boom.
There you go.
1/1/1, and then throw that Herald of Protection.
Yep, didn't even come to it. Although, I mean, and there we go, that's the game. So, after a good amount of confusion there between the players, Prism ended up taking it over Lexi. But I still think it was an interesting match given that it wasn't Starve over Chain. So, we'll still take that one as a victory. And then I'd imagine we'd be back relatively soon for round 5, since that one took a few minutes longer than normal.
Well, at this point, I should be saying goodbye because I am headed off to the airport. So you'll be solo casting unless Steve's got someone else for you to talk to. Um,
All right. Well, I'll
Enjoy the rest of the event.
see.
I'm sure I'll catch a little bit of it from the airport once I get through customs, and I'm just sitting around.
Yeah, sounds good. Enjoy your trip, and I'll enjoy the rest of the tournament as
Yeah, I'll talk
I'm
to you.
casting it out.
All right,
Brilliant.
have a good one, man.
All right.
And have
See ya.
hope everyone enjoys, and hopefully the winner's a non-Starvo player. And yeah,
Yeah, put those living legend points to some good use.
yeah,
Not somebody
preferably
who's
Prism.
already done.
Yeah, hopefully
Yep.
the Prism
Take
goes
a
to that
prism or
guy.
I take an Oldham.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, Oldham, good one. All right, have a good one.
Hey, I like Oldham. All right. See ya. Have a
Later.
good night. All right. So I'm gonna go off the air for a bit, but I will see you back for round 5. Here we are back for round 5 in a Kano mirror match. This will be very interesting. And it's going to be an interesting reverse game of chicken. Unfortunately, Mike's not here to join us for this one because he is a premier Kano expert in the Toronto area, as well as in Canada as a whole. There you go. I believe it. And Victor starting off, pitching Eye of Ophidia. Always a good move as Kano to set up beyond what your opponent can do. Now, in this matchup, I believe we've got Arcane Barrier 4 on each hero. Unfortunately, I can't see Brayden's equipment from the glare, but I would imagine it would be the same as Victor's, unless he doesn't have the Robe of Rapture and instead has the Tunic. So just a little bit of poking damage, or attempted poking damage off the Reverberate. So he put a counter on it. I'm assuming that Brayden has a Tunic in opposition to Victor's Robe of Rapture, which basically only gets used in the mirror. So we're seeing a buffed up Aether Flare here for 4. Pitching the blue Aether Flare to come in for it. And we're seeing a Sonic Boom and a Lessons in Lava pitched. Very interesting. So maybe there's a chance that Victor, because that's a good combination of cards to set up for a combo later in the game, if he's going to try to go through and make it all the way through his pitch stack. And then the snapback came in afterwards. Looks like no defense on that. But we're going to see the Tome of Aetherwind. We're going to respond at instant speed, and then come immediately in with the Aether Spindle. And so, even though it is currently Victor's turn, who used his action point to play for the Tome, Brayden has responded very quickly with a Kano into a buffed up Aether Spindle. That's going to be, looks like opting him 3. Victor appearing to be blocking 2 by pitching that Lessons in Lava. Now we're resolving Tome of Aetherwind. Hopefully, or Victor's hoping he hits some blues off of this. Oh, he's got the instant snapback as a fallback anyways. Paying for it with Zap. Brayden looks happy to take the damage. Victor is arsenaling, moving on to his turn. This game is moving very fast for a Kano mirror, I must say. Normally there's a lot more thinking and going back and forth. But these players seem to know what they want to do, and that's the 3rd Lessons in Lava we've seen so far this game. Unfortunately, I have lost track of the life totals here, the bouncing back and forth. I think both players are on comparable amounts of life. Brayden may have slightly more after that Voltic Fold play. But Victor's holding some good combo cards in his hand, it looks like. Oh, but we're pitching to play out the Aether Spindle. Floating 2. Looks like we're blocking 3 with a blue Reverberate, pointing to both his gloves and his boots. And again, Victor pitching powerful cards. So he's got a pair of lovely yellow Majestics, and now he's got these 2 reds back to back there. It looks like he's... Well, this might be just because he had an all-red hand with the yellow. But... Oh, and here's the Tome of Fyendal off of the Tunic, so we're going to be clocking back up 6 life. We're pitching, we're Kanoing, we found a Gaze the Ages and a Reverberate of an indeterminate color. And there's the Gaze, so we're going to opt 2, it's going to come back to hand. since he's met the requirements. Still floating 2 resources. Looks like he's liking those at the top. Another gaze, well, that same gaze coming back up. There's the Aether Spindle. And buffed up, assuming for 5 here. Difficult to block. So it looks like we've blocked 4. So that opt 1 happening very quickly, decides it's good staying on the top, arsenaling and passing off to Victor for his turn. It was opening once again with a Tome of Aetherwind, with a Voltic and a Reverberate in hand, it looks like. Or 2 Voltics and a Reverberate in hand, it looks like. Hoping to see some blues. 5 cards to play off the top with here for Victor, as his action point is gone from playing the Tome. So that's the Gaze the Ages being played immediately, opting 2. It'll be coming to his hand. And we're leaving the pair of those on the top, it looks like. So there's the Chain Lightning coming in for 3. And there's another tome backing it up. So that's all 3 tomes from Victor now, being played at instant speed from the effect of Chain Lightning. Yep, I can hear you, Steve. So it looks like... Oh, I see. Sorry, folks. We're currently trying to get a second commentator here, because as much as I like talking, I prefer talking to other people, and I'm sure you would enjoy hearing a second voice rather than my own ramblings to myself. So, after a very long turn, Victor managed to push a bit of damage. Braden's still holding a very full hand. We'll see what comes in. Starting with a Kano on his own turn for that tome. Drawing 2, so just a straight +1 into his hand. And, oh, brilliant. Updated life totals are fantastic to see. You can see the effect that 6 life gaining Tome of Fyendel had for Braden here. Basically evening the game, or being the difference in this game for how life is going. But as this game is going on, it's looking like Victor is going to be able to get to that pitch stack that he set up. Unfortunately, I've lost track of what's in Braden's pitch stack, but we'll see how it goes. We're seeing a stir out of the gate here, so this could be the beginning of a very strong combo. But as with any Kano mirror, you always want to be wary of overcommitting, because once you do, your opponent has free reign to play at instant speed over you. So that's an Aether Flare for presumably 6 damage. And then I'm guessing on hit, we're going to be banishing the Chain Lightning that's still in hand. So we saw a strong amount of block coming from Victor there. Braden choosing to pitch that Blazing Ether to pump that Crucible, applying to nothing in this case. And then looking like we've passed turn to Victor here. So we're just playing the Voltic out of Arsenal, opting not to bump it with the Crucible, even though there is that one floating, so perhaps fearing some response. But Braden here, only being able to block 3 of it from his slightly lower Arcane Barrier loadout. We're seeing a buffed up Lessons in Lava, which Victor could fully block if he chose. He does have the Arcane Barrier for it. And I don't think he would be super opposed to that idea necessarily, because I don't think he wants to give Braden a chance to shuffle up that deck and get a lot of those power yellow Majestics and that Blazing Ether we just saw, maybe up higher up. Yeah. So we're going to be blocking all 4 from Lessons in Lava, and then a snapback for 3. Victor seems happy to take that. So we've not seen any Aether Wildfires yet, because that plays out very interestingly in this matchup. So Victor opting to just draw back up, and Braden on his turn choosing again to gain a lot of life from that Tome of Fyendel and Arsenal. Once again off the Tunic, maximizing that hand size, pitching that blue Scalding Rain to reveal that Blazing Ether off the top. And now an Aether Wildfire as well. This is a hand that can scale damage very dangerously if Victor doesn't block it out. That being said, if he does block it out, there's really not much that these banished cards can do. So we're seeing the Aether Flare for 4 being blocked out. We're pitching the Potion of Deja Vu to play Gaze the Ages. This is interesting. We're very much playing off the top here on Braden's side. We're opting to and the Gaze the Ages, of course, coming back to hand, now being pitched, so that Aether Flare can come down for 3, again, threatening that increased amount of damage off of Blazing Ether. So Victor, quite lower on life here. I think he's hoping he can just hold on long enough to get around the deck to see what he wants to see. So we're pitching a blue, pitching a Scour, it looks like, to come in with an Aether Spindle for 5. So he's guaranteed at least an opt 2 off of this, but he's being given the opt 5. Wow. Braden must be very happy with his hand in order to allow that happening, because that is an entire turn that Victor gets to skip before he gets to the bottom of his deck, and more importantly, he gets to set himself up for the all-blue hand coming up that will let him defend so effectively against Braden, while also giving him the offense that he needs to pitch a blue and then play a red off the top if Braden doesn't come in for a lot. But Braden does have a lot of life to play with here. So even though he took that 5, he's still up by about 9 life once we update the totals. So we're seeing Braden play Tome of Aetherwind, immediately going into Kano, playing another Tome of Aetherwind, and is now holding a 6-card hand. Admittedly no action point, but Storm Striders are still online, and with Victor at 13 life, there's definitely a chance that lethal gets threatened here. And my apologies, I got the life differential slightly wrong there. Even though Braden took 5, he still had 12 life, not 6 as I previously thought. So Braden opting to pass it looks like, with 6 cards in his hand. Yep, there it is. So here's an attempted beginning of the end. Or are we... Oh, both players are keeping a lot of cards in their hand. And Victor just played out an energy potion, so now we're seeing a stir. Oh, wow. A very large Aether Spin from Braden here. Coming in for likely 8, assuming that's a red Aether Spindle. So Victor can try to block this out. Kind of needs to. He's very low at this point. And the question becomes, can he output enough damage in response? Doesn't look like it, so he's opting to block 3 of that, giving Braden that Opt 5. Very dangerous Opt 5. Opt, of course, scaling exponentially in strength, which with each incremental one, as you get to, at certain points, sculpt entire hands, sculpt entire turn cycles, and really set up whatever dream you want with your Kano deck. But now there's some thought going on as we decide on what this opt is. And if we keep pushing for lethal, it depends on how many blues Braden's got in hand here, and whether he thinks Victor can respond. So we're ending a turn. Braden's drawn back up to 4. Victor's now playing Tome of Findle out of his arsenal, so he will claw back that life that he lost last turn to that Aether Spindle. Once this resolves, if Braden lets it resolve, I should say. And there's the buffed up Sonic Boom, using Metacarpus to get past that breakpoint. Oh, not using Metacarpus to get past that breakpoint. So Victor using the 1 floating from the energy potion and pitching a blue there to block it all out. So now that's resolved. Victor does get to draw, so he will gain back 4 life instead of 5, as his plan was slightly interrupted there by Braden coming in with the Sonic Boom. I think it would have been interesting to see what would have happened if he had pumped up that Sonic Boom by 1. Could have let his turn keep going, possibly put on enough pressure. But now we're seeing double Kano reverberate into snapback. So depending on what colors those are, that's a lot of cheap damage coming up from Victor. So there's the reverberate. Unfortunately, I'm uncertain if it's a blue or a red. So we've blocked out with that Voltic Bolt. And here comes the snapback, presumably for 4 on this one. Braden taking that damage, going into his own turn with 1 card in hand. Presumably just going to draw up for fear of Kano shenanigans from his opponent. And there's another tome from Victor. So even though both these Kanos have started off with 30 life, it looks like they're going to be having more than 40 life throughout the course of the game to work with, from the sheer amount of life gain that Tome of Findle can represent in a Kano deck. Although I'm uncertain if Victor does get to gain all 5 life, as Braden chooses to not interrupt and threaten some arcane damage on this turn. We're going through the graveyard, seeing what threats we still need to work with, trying to figure out what's left in the opponent's deck, roughly where it is, how it's been pitch stacked. It's much easier to keep track of your own information about this than your opponent's, especially if there's a chance you're playing slightly different decks. Although I feel that this soon after Pro Tour, odds are everybody's kind of on that same, you know, top placing Kano list where you're going for the Ragamuffins Wildfire combo. Unfortunately, it's just very awkward into the Kano mirror because the Kano mirror is a very awkward thing. So we've got two Aether Flares here, threatening some stacking damage. First one's going to be coming in for 4. Blocking off 2 of that with Sonic Boom. And here we see another Kano activation into an Aether Spindle. Oh, and Victor's going all in here. He's got nothing left on the defensive. Braden, however, choosing to block. And there's the Blazing Ether to come in for a couple points of damage. Braden's going to tick up his tunic, presumably just pass back as he's done a few times so far this game. Well, there's a nourishing emptiness. Always fun to see in the Kano mirror in a matchup where nobody has enough armor to stop it. But we're Kanoing in response. There's the Gaze the Ages. We're Kanoing again, see if we can activate that Gaze the Ages, bring it back into hand, and then go for another Kano, possibly off of that Wildfire. Or Aether Flare, pardon me. Too many cards with Aether in the name. And there is the Gaze the Ages. So Braden opting to, where the Gaze the Ages will come back into hand and then possibly be used. Yeah, both those going to the bottom. Didn't see much that he liked there. Victor pitching to block that Aether Flare. Oh, so it looks like it was a blue in that instance, if he's still floating 2 after that. Canoing off the top, and there is a Scalding Rain for presumably 3, if that's the blue. Judging by Victor's fingers, it was. And then Braden playing the snapback on the end of Victor's turn there. Having previously played the Aether Flare and the Gaze the Ages earlier on, although those had been moved over to the graveyard in the meanwhile. The life gap here is slowly narrowing as Braden is taking a bit more of a passive, defensive, playing on Victor's turn approach, which is interesting given that he's running the lower Arcane Barrier in this matchup, but it exposes him to less danger had he overcommitted on his own turns. So I'm assuming Braden is thinking here of what to do, or perhaps Victor's thinking of what to do after Braden has attempted to pass priority and drop. So we pitched that Eye of Ophidia, which was that very first card that Victor pitched at the beginning of the game. So he knows he's at a stack. He's got that Sonic Boom in hand. There's the Aether, Blazing Aether, pardon me. There's a Lessons in Lava and that Sonic Boom that we saw pitched earlier in his hand. Unfortunate, because those would have been a fantastic chain to play off the top to then end with a Blazing Aether. Victor now continuing to think about what his next moves are here. I wouldn't be surprised if he went for the Sonic Boom for 4 and saw what he saw off the top. It gives you another shot at another instant speed attack, or not attack, an instant speed source of arcane damage that would then compound its way further into the Blazing Aether that's currently on the board. Now, of course, doing so would cost him a Storm Striders, but with the Blazing Aether there, it would not surprise me if he commits, because he knows Braden can block a maximum of 3. So at this point, I don't think that the question. I think Victor's trying to figure out how to get there, being reasonably confident that he can get there. So we're pitching. It looks like for 4. There's an Aether Flare. Hopefully it's a red. Oh, he's holding double Sonic Boom in hand now. Interesting. Although it doesn't look like he... Oh, he has just enough to pay for it, albeit unbuffed if he does choose to activate the Storm Striders. But it looks like he's opting to not commit too much there. And there's a Sonic Boom for 4, for 5 now with the Metacarpus nodes. He was debating doing that a few turns previously. So this will be going through. And that Gaze the Ages now, he knows what's coming up. Victor being able to block a maximum of 4 of this. Now he's thinking on the defense. Pitching both those Sonic Booms to block out almost all of that Sonic Boom. Unless he chose to not use the Metacarpus nodes on it. Maybe there was an issue with the amount that was pitched. Because otherwise something should have been banished by Kano. I'm uncertain. I may have missed a little something that happened there. My apologies. But, I mean, Kano mirrors. What can you do? It's an interesting, very tight game at the best of times. And I've seen it happen often enough that players on their own have the people playing the game have lost track of whose turn it actually is and who gets to do what, and tunic counters can get really messy and action points can get really messy. But it seems that both these Wizard players are pretty experienced. So, well, I know for a fact Victor is quite an experienced Wizard player. Oh, here we see a buffed up Lessons in Lava. Braden will not be able to fully block. Opting to Kano before that damage comes through. A Chain Lightning, which can be very effective at starting that instant speed combo on your opponent's turn. Really allows you to play out your entire hand when combined with Storm Striders. The idea being Storm Striders into another attack, into Chain Lightning at instant speed, into the other wizard action at instant speed. So we're Kanoing and holding priority. And we're doing that twice. So here's the Ragamuffins combo. We're drawing one card, and that's a card back on the top. We're wondering what it could be. It's probably going to be an Aether. Oh, it's a Lessons in Lava. Interesting. Now the question is, does he have the resources to pay for all of these? His Chain Lightning is going to be one. Lessons in Lava is going to be one. That's a Blazing Aether that was pitched for that Lessons. We're still holding priority on one Kano activation. Or if that die is correct, we are. Yeah, and it looks like he peaked a Voltic Bolt there. Chain Lightning is banished with not much else to do. So now Victor's Lessons in Lava is going to hit through, revealing a Scalding Rain, which is going to be Kano off the top, and then using that one previous floating to come in for those extra few points of damage. Now, rather dangerously, I don't think that Braden has a hand on his own turn, whereas Victor can just throw stuff at the board at a generally defenseless Braden. Those are some unfortunate flips, and that was a Ragamuffins play that didn't quite turn into the combo that it was. Yeah, and there you go. The Voltic Bolt Metacarpus buffed up is enough to take the game when Braden does not have the cards to pitch for it. But well played, and you could see the use in Victor stacking his deck there. He put those Sonic Booms and those Lessons all right beside each other at the beginning of the game. Easy benchmark, or sorry, easy to tell when that was coming up, because when he drew back into that Eye of Ophidia, which was the first card he pitched, he knew that's what it was, and then from there he was able to play it out. So, solid game from both players, and a Kano matchup, a Kano mirror, pardon me, is always enough to make my brain sore, especially with these players playing at the pace that they are at. So looks like they're just going through their post game, having a little chat, possibly reviewing that last turn from Braden about what other lines he could have taken to see if he could have pushed some more damage there. I guess we're fixing the sideboards for the next round there. We can see 2 copies of Potion of Deja Vu from Braden, which is a great new card that Kano got from Everfest. All of those Everfest trinkets, I think, are going to be an extraordinarily useful toolbox. Maybe not every single trinket for every single hero, but we've already seen a lot of uses for it come in. We've seen Talisman of Tithes as a way to counter Crown of Seeds. We've seen Talisman of Warfare pair fantastically well with Rosetta Thorn. We've seen Potion of Deja Vu work very, very well in Kano. We've seen my personal favorite, the Potion of Luck and Earthlore Bounty combo, which lets you make 5 Seismic Surges at instant speed on your opponent's turn, and then come in with just a whole bunch of Guardian shenanigans. I think there's going to be fun uses for almost every single one of these. And I'm curious to see, as the game gets more interesting utility instance, whether or not Potion of Ironhide becomes more and more popular as blue Rally the Rearguard maybe becomes a viable resource card. Because we've seen, things that used to not be instants now becoming instant. So we're seeing some what are effectively pushed attack reactions like Lightning Press and Rain Razors that previously would be an attack reaction that would probably block for 2, now being instants that block for 0 because they just pump out so much more damage on the attacks that they target. So if that's where we keep going, maybe Potion of Ironhide is necessary to run Rally the Rearguard to turn that 0 block into a 3 block. But that's baseless speculation on the future. Our players have tidied up, and now I believe we are just going to wait for round 6, which will be our last round of Swiss, and then after that we'll have a top 8, and we'll see what's in there. So until round 6 starts, I'll be signing off. Right. Here we are again, top of round 6. We've got a new hero on the board now. We're going to get to see Dash play into Starvo. Brandon is pretty well practiced on Dash at this point. I believe he's been repping her in most of the events for the past at least 3 or 4 months, possibly longer. And Sean, we're seeing return to Starvo, as we saw in round 3 earlier today. So it looks like we're off to a start here. Looks like we're going to be seeing a very aggressive dash coming from Brandon today, opting to start with the Teklo Pounder. And I'm assuming that's normal Starvo equips from Sean, although I can't quite tell from the glare. So we seem to be going right into it. And Brandon has elected to go first, so standard loading up the pistol, sinking more resources into loading up the pistol, and then arsenaling and passing. Not giving Sean a chance to cycle through his hand and maybe land that fuse. But didn't need to. It's there naturally. So looks like what was that? A Pulsive Volthaven or Eisenloft? Couldn't quite make that one out. But either way, here's a big dominated Evergreen coming in to start the game, and then a Pulsive Eisenloft Hammer to follow it up, which will be generating a Frostbite for, if that Evergreen is red, a quick 13 damage off the bat, but Brandon opting for the aggressive armor block, making sure that that Frostbite won't land. Sean still ending the turn with an Arsenal, so Crown is online and Rampart is always a threat against Dash, although against Teklo Pounder, Dash, it's seldom that Dash will break the chain more than once per turn. You'll still get value out of Rampart, but not necessarily as much as you would have in the aggressive pistol build. So Brandon opting to start with a Combustible Courier, which is interesting. It's a low base attack card that threatens to buff the next attack if it hits by +3. So its low base power is slightly mitigated by the Teklo Pounder here, but Sean could block this effect with a Crown, a Rampart, and one card still. And we'll see what he opts to go with. He's got an Oaken in hand. I don't know if he has the cards to necessarily back it up, but Oaken is a 3-block that would cover this. Factoring in the Rampart and the Crown, of course. He's thinking quite a bit on the block. So we're starting with an Art of War. Banishing the Heaven's Claw, drawing 2, presumably choosing +1/+1 defense, although he drew, unfortunately, into a 2-block attack and a non-attack action card. So that Art of War isn't doing him very many favors this turn. And I don't believe it gave him the cards necessary to fuse. So we're seeing the block with at least the Rampart, looking like we're changing life totals there. So presumably Combustible Courier has hit now. So this next attack will be nice and strong as well. Pitching for the throttle, hitting the boost, so it's going to be coming in for 9. Looking like a buffed Starvo attack at that point, with the go again, off the boost. Presumably ending... Oh, a payload he had there. So that's going to be another 6 coming in. That was a very big turn for a total of, what was that? 20 damage presented by Brandon, and only a little of it blocked by Sean. So we're definitely going to see a fused Oaken here. Not Starvo fused, just regular fused. but it'll be enough to get past Brandon's lack of armor currently. We also saw the Goliath Gauntlet go last turn as well. I missed that. So presenting 22 damage on that whole turn. Brandon looks like opting to take all of it, leaving himself with 2 cards in hand. And then Sean presumably arsenaling the Evergreen. But maybe he channeled the Channel Lake Frigid. He arsenaled the Channel Lake Frigid, pardon me. So Brandon did have a high octane in his turn. I'm not sure if it's still there. If it is, that'd be a great arsenal target to then come in and push Sean's 19 life all the way down to something that he could potentially threaten more fully on another big turn. So we're starting with a T-bone. That's going to draw a piece of armor. Looks like a Rampart opting to not pay for it. Or we're still thinking. We're pitching Crown, so... I think a lot of this game is going to come down to if Sean's hand will fuse on this next turn. Yeah, so there's the Rampart, the equipment block that is demanded by the boosted T-bone. So we're still going to be pushing some damage through because of that buff from Teklo Pounder. And also possibly the fact that if this T-bone is a red T-bone, it would be coming in for 3 anyways. And then there's the pistol shot from the loaded pistol. And then Brandon's going to end the turn with an arsenal. Maybe it is that high octane. But Sean opting to not block, indicating he's probably got some fuse going on here. Oh, is that an exposed to the elements in there? Interesting. Oh no, it was a blizzard. But seeing the channel lake now active. Makes it very difficult for Dash to have a properly big turn when you're having to pay for things that are normally free, or having to pay 2 for things that normally cost 1. It adds up very, very quickly in the aggressive deck where you're looking to play out the 3 to 4 cards in your hand and only really pitching the 1. I think because of that, Brandon's really thinking on this block, having to count out every single resource he's going to be using on his turn. And then to add to the complexity, there's also that frostbite that is being threatened, and there we go. So Brandon deciding that that frostbite is very relevant to his turn, using the armor to block out that 1. Now Brandon has to navigate this with Channel Lake Frigid in play. So at this point, even if Brandon does have the high octane, it may not even be worth playing out. But he does choose to pay 2 for the pistol, 1 for the zipper hit, so that's going to be coming in for 7, and then presumably paying that last one to shoot the pistol for 2 afterwards. Blocking with the Crippling Crush. So Sean is very much at the point where damage is starting to be much scarier than it was at the beginning of the game. Even though Dash doesn't have on hits, that Teklo Pounder adds up very quickly, as did that Combustible Courier earlier on. The Combustible Courier throttle payload turn was just the best way to get things off the ground here. So here's Sean. Vanilla Spinal Crush. So this will demand at least 2 cards from Brandon, which at this point I think is a reasonable trade, because he'll still be able to push enough damage to force Sean to block with some cards. I think Brandon's in quite a good spot. Yeah, so that's a Spark of Genius and possibly a payload underneath there. Can't quite make that out. But Channel Lake Frigid is now gone, so Brandon has free reign to hopefully launch at least 2 attacks and a pistol shot this turn. Oh, but he's taking another turn to set up, so he's keeping the arsenal. He's loading the pistol, he's playing the Teklo Pounder. If Sean doesn't have fuse here, he's pitching the crippling on his own turn to try to get the fuse for that Spinal Crush in his hand. And it looks like he's short on the Earth, if I'm correctly identifying all 4 cards there. Looks like a Pulse of Volthaven, a Flash, a Channel Lake Frigid, and then a Spinal Crush. Oh, an Oaken Old. Oh, I see. So this is just going to be an Oaken with no on-hit effect for 11 damage. I think depending on the strength of Brandon's hand here, he may just take the 11 and return for what would be looking to be an awful lot of damage if he has the right layout of cards in his hand. So it looks like he is opting to take that 11. I like the play. So we're going into this. Brandon's got the most full hand he could possibly have. Last time he had this setup, he came in for a 22 damage turn, and it's starting off the exact same way. It's a buffed up Combustible Courier off the Teklo Pounder. I think Sean is going to have to block this one out fully. I don't think he can risk taking the damage on this go. Although it looks like he is caught with a lot of 2 blocks in hand, which is the very real downside to this Starvo deck now, especially since Autumn's Touch is gone. So there's 2 cards in a Rampart for a Combustible Courier, so we're still floating the 1 prevention from Crown of Seeds. Boosting, or not, pardon me, not boosting, using the resource generating effect of Teklo Foundry Heart now that he has boosted. 2 resources floating. There's a 0 to 60. Not sure what color it is. If it's red, Sean is probably very threatened right now. He's low on cards. Although breaking that chain did bring that Rampart back in line and is now blocking for 2. There's the T-Bone, going to be demanding, costing a high octane, but it will be demanding a equipment block, presumably Crown of Seeds or Ironhide. It doesn't particularly matter, as neither will break. Neither will offer any defense, but neither will break at the end of the combat chain. So now I'm curious as to what that, I hope, big 2-cost attack is in Brandon's arsenal. So Sean's thinking he's committing the Ironhides. They're not going to do anything on this, but maybe they would be relevant on that next attack to see what happens. Oh, and there's a maximum velocity coming in. Wow. If this is the game-winning card, this is going to be the first time I've seen it. So that maximum velocity is now coming in for 10. The Ironhide is already committed to the T-bone. Sean's gonna have to block with what he has left and go dangerously low on his life. He's thinking about the block, and then he is committing 4 points of block over 2 cards, taking 6 damage. I believe taking him all the way down to 1. And now at this point, Brandon still has his boots. You know, boost anything, generate an action point, shoot that pistol twice. That's going to take 2 cards off of Sean, assuming, well, yeah, 2 cards off of Sean. Because and there's, yep, it's going to be a series of pistol shots that will definitely end this game after a single boost or 2. This game has just worked out fantastically for Brandon, and it's decks like this that just offer, hey, here's a lot of damage directly at you that punish Starvo for running all of those garbage 2 blocks that are in this deck that exist only to help make that hero ability bring its value to the table. So we're seeing the 0 to 60 coming in for possibly 6 if it's a red, buffed from Teklo Pounder, or 4 if it's a blue, maybe even 5 if it's a yellow. So, and we're seeing Tunic to add the Rampart, so that would be 6 off the 0 to 60. So that would have been a red. Brandon's now shuffling his hand. There's the boosted throttle. That's going to be coming in for a good amount as well. Going to be generating another action point from High Octane. Forcing the Tunic. Forcing every piece of armor that Sean has. And then pitching that last card and just shooting that pistol 3 times will end the game because he can't afford to buff that Rampart one more time. An excellently played game with maximum velocity being one of the linchpins in Brandon's plan. I think this was, so far, my highlight of the day, seeing a card that doesn't normally see a lot of play in a deck that's just on the fringes of being very good, coming out, being the absolute star of the show, telling Bravo it's not his time, not his place. So I'm assuming, based on this, that we will be seeing Brandon again in the top 8 at some point. Whether or not he'll be on stream is a different matter, but I'm very curious to see how the remainder of his matchups go. But stick with us, and we'll have top 8 coming up soon. Maybe not that soon. Now may be a good time to take a short break and stretch your legs, because this match was very, very quick, and I'd imagine some people are going to be continuing their games on quite heavily. So take some time, go fetch yourself a snack, make a cup of tea, and then get ready for what I'm sure will be a very interesting top 8.
Oh, Dominic.
Here we are in top 8 of the Red Riot Games 1K Pro Quest event. And I must say, this seems to be a particularly exciting top 8 match because there's a Levia on the board. I'm personally a big fan of the hero. I think she is very, very fun. Even if you do have to do a lot of work to get her where she needs to be. But it's also looking like this Levia opting to run Tunic over Husk is probably the low blood debt, heavy pummel based deck that we've seen pop up quite recently. And I'm going to say that that's a little bit confirmed on the basis that there is a Pursuit of Knowledge in hand, which is a great card to pummel and get both on hit effects. Our chain player Michael opting to generate a rune chant, make a shackle, arsenal pass for his turn 1. Pretty standard. Levia beginning the turn. Oh, but there's a Fit for Scene in hand as well. So we're seeing very kind of a traditional mid-range play here. So we are pitching a card to play out the Pursuit of Knowledge. Which is going to demand something in terms of defense. And there is so one Ghostly Visit, and the Arcanite Skullcap is going to cover the 4 for Pursuit of Knowledge. Chain probably not too disappointed at having to lose a card this early in the game, as there's a chance that that Shackle is just going to make up for it. Can't quite tell what that weapon is, unfortunately. My guess is definitely not Hexagore, so probably Romping Club, or maybe Bone Basher, which is the fun uh, alternative to Romping Club, even though it is technically strictly worse. So Chain missing on that first Shackle Banish, pitching the Mavrian Skies, starting off very strong on the first proper, on their bounding Demigon, drawing 2, hoping to hit the non-attack or in hand, and now they've just got a lot of cards to play with. Opting to take the standard +1 attack. And then thinking about what the most efficient line here is my assumption. I think that was an Unhallowed that we saw briefly in hand there. So we are shackling for Unhallowed rights with no non-attack action target in the graveyard. Plus, it also didn't come out of banished, so we're not really seeing much of any of the benefits from it this turn. But it is still 1 resource for 5 damage, go again. Oh, and the Rune Chant is coming in as a reminder. So it looks like Levia is going to be taking 1 and 1 off of this. So now the question becomes, have these players decided to play the fatigue game or not? Judging by the 1 null rune from Levia, my guess is no. But Chain may not have known that when sideboarding in. So it'll be interesting to see. So what for just sort of war. So blocking. That's a swing big and a Sigil of Solace in hand, it looks like. So we're just paying 2 to swing the club. And then arsenaling the Sigil to gain some life at some point. Generally always good to keep it there unless you're replacing it with a D-reactor or an attack that you're looking to play. Interesting. Chain running the Nimbleism. Unfortunately not being able to use it as it's banished off the shackles. It's looking like Fatigue may be a viable option here for Olivia. Chain's already down on Art of War. Has missed 3 out of 3 shackles so far. Pitching the invert. And then coming in for the bounding for, I'm assuming 7 if it's a red. So it looks like we're taking quite a bit of damage from this bounding. I'm assuming that's because the goal... Oh, there's a pummel in hand. So I'm not sure if the plan is to play out the pummel this turn, or if it's to get the Sigil out and then play it. Interesting. Chain holding a card in hand and then swinging Rosetta. So the shackle gave the bounding go again. And then this is going to be for 1 arcane, and then 2 arcane, and then 2 physical. But I think if you have the 3 cards necessary to pitch pummel, or pitch, play an attack, and then pummel, you probably keep them. That is what the deck is designed to do, and you have that tunic counter coming up now as well. It would be nice to see updated life totals if at all possible. Help keep an eye on the ebb and flow of the game here. Because I think that turn single-handedly, taking, I think, 9 or 10 damage is a very clear indicator from Philip that this is very much this is not going to be a fatigue game. But there's the swing big, and presumably the pummel coming on top of it afterwards. Well, we know there's a pummel in hand, and we know the tunic counter's there, the resources are floating. Additionally, that's since, oddly enough, you don't want the bluff, but there's no harm in it, especially when it looks like there is a no-block Gorganian Tome in Michael's hand. So the swing big coming in for 8. If it is successfully blocked, then Michael will get a quicken token, which is generally something you don't want to be giving a chain. But I think Philip is pretty confident that's not going to happen, because even if the 8 is blocked, the pummel will come through over top of it, and chains aren't running D-reacts these days. So that looks like it's a red pummel coming in for the full 12. So pushing just as much damage as was taken last turn, forcing the discard, discarding a Shadow Puppetry. And we have the first chain hit of the match, which is a Shadow of Urser. Fortunately, a Swarming Gloomveil hits the bin, as does a Mavrian Skies, which are some quality go-agains. Shadow Puppetry hit the graveyard here as well. So I think a good chunk of Michael's turn is going to depend on what is drawn off this Gorganian Tome. And that looks like a Time Snap potion in Michael's hand that he's now got. Which could be a decent turn ender, but I think with how aggressively this game is going here, you're probably always going to be better off swinging Rosetta. But it goes to show that there was definitely some degree of hedging done into a fatigue matchup here. So we're shackling up to 4, giving the Ursa go again, opting to not banish to give it go again. So it looks like Michael may have another slightly awkward hand here. Philip looking like he took that 2 points of damage there. And then pitching to make a rune chant and presumably swing Rosetta. Oh, no, dropping the time snap. Interesting. So Michael very much taking a setup turn there. It's rare that you see a chain with 3 cards in an arsenal only threaten 2 damage on a turn. Hopefully Philip has something to respond with. And so it's going to be Enlightened Strike. My guess is going to be 5 go again, because he has plenty of spare cards in hand to follow up the attack with something. And it looks like Michael has opted to take that damage. Now we're following it up with a Smash Instinct. So we're seeing some big attacks and coming in here. We are intimidating a card. Out comes the Husk. And the Arcanite Skullcap to cover all the damage. So, at the very least, that tells us that Michael is probably close to or at sub 20 life if he's putting the Husk out. So now he started his Blood Debt clock, even though Levia hasn't, because I'd be surprised if there were more than 3 cards in this deck with Blood Debt. Oh, there's the Eclipse and a Ghostly Visit. So, very unlikely that Eclipse will be seeing play this game. Especially since we've seen at least one invert pitched already. And this game shaping up, I think, to be much quicker than Michael thought it would be, as he's having to kind of play around some of these more awkward fatigue cards like Time Snap Potion and Eclipse. So Time Snap Potion's being popped. So that's Toma Fyendel. We're drawing up. Michael's going to be getting a good refund on his life total, which makes the Time Snap play much more sensible rather than swinging the Rosetta, because it combos directly into this, lets you save, or lets you have more information when you play the Tome of Fyendal, gain you an extra life since you don't need to play the attack before you activate creepers to have played it otherwise. And now we're thinking based on the new revelations. All right. So our life totals are now updated, which is excellent to see. And we can see that the game is about as close as we thought it was. Chain now down a husk. So it looks like Philip is learning what Urser and Eclipse do and how they interact. I think it's unlikely we're going to see that be relevant in this particular match, given how far along we are already. So I've seen Michael take up Shackle, possibly going to come in with the Ghostly. And there's the Sink below to cover the Ghostly, sinking a card, presumably taking the one Arcane off of the Rune Chant. Mavrian Skies continuing the width of this turn, which you would expect to see from the draws off of Tome of Fyendal. So it wouldn't surprise me if we maybe saw our first armor block here from Philip, just to stop that Rune Chant generation. Oh no, so the Bounding will only be coming in for 3 since it didn't come out of Banish, my mistake. So easy block with the 1 barraging beatdown. And there's Swarm and Gloomveil going to be coming in for 3 go again, since only 1 aura was generated this turn. And then likely a Rosetta for 2 and 2, and then an Arsenal. Oh, Enlighten Strike. So presumably that's going to be 5 go again, since he's not drawn a card. And you would never choose 7 because you've got the 1 floating for the free Rosetta afterwards anyways. So Philip opting to take that damage and then block the Rosetta with the Pummel, taking the arcane damage on top of it as well. Still sitting on that sigil in the arsenal. That's been there all the way from turn 1. Passing turn right back to chain. And that's quite a good banish. You've got a non-attack action that can be played from banished. You've got 2 0 costs. One that comes natively with Ghost, again. Now, a couple of Michael's other hands have been a little bit awkward, but I think with a banish this strong, I don't think there's many combinations of cards in his hand that would prevent, a good turn from happening right now. So Shadow of Ursa banishing a Howl from Beyond. Oh, maybe Michael is setting up for an Eclipse. Unless he's just going to play them out and come in with a bounding for 10 or something. So blocking again with the pummel for 2. Not that much of a drawback, as Shadow of Ursa only does come in for 2. Pitching the Shrill. One of the Howl from Beyond's coming out. Making a Shackle. There comes the bounding. Oh, possibly. He may be debating the use of Spellbound Creepers there. If he has a resource-rich hand. Oh, he was just debating coming out with the second Howl. Shackling, coming in with Bounding for, I'm guessing, 10, and then likely swinging Rosetta afterwards. So there's, looks like 6 points of block coming from Philip. And there's the Rosetta for an additional 2 and 2, with the hands going straight to the life pads to update those. Oh, and blocking 2 with the skull cap there against Rosetta's physical damage, it looks like. Michael puts a card in his arsenal. Interesting. So Philip stuck with 1 sigil in hand and 1 in arsenal. So I wonder what Michael thinks is in that arsenal at this point. It could theoretically be a pummel. And wow, 6 cards and just a bounding Demigon coming up for Michael. Which is, it just looks like this deck is very low blood debt, in all honesty. We've seen the Swarmings go by, we've seen the Enlightened Strikes go by. We've not seen the second or third Art of War quite yet, so it wouldn't surprise me if we saw one of those now. Otherwise, the odds of it being banished on subsequent turns just keep going higher and higher. Because there are really only, 2.5 turns or so left in this game before Chain runs out of cards or somebody runs out of life. So the progressive ticking of the husk, probably not super relevant. There's a Nimblism, which turns on Bounding Demigon, which can be played directly out of Banish now. And there we go, as expected. So this is coming in for 7. Philip deciding on his blocks here. So blocking 5 of that, it looks like. Unless that was a blue bounding. At which point, it's all covered. There's Captain's Call. So breaking the chain, leaving a block with Scab Skin Leathers on the table again. Pitching a Bounding Demigon to come in with a Rift Bind for presumably 5? Presumably 5. But it is slightly unclear. It could also be 3 with Go again. And then a Rosetta Swing afterward, which would make more sense since it didn't come out of Banished. So that card that's being arsenaled is, my guess, not an Art of War, otherwise this would have definitely been the turn to play it. Yeah, and then here we have Rosetta for 2 and 2 again. Philip only having the the 1 Arcane Barrier other than Skullcap, so looks like, oh, he's got another Sigil in hand. Alright, so blocking 1 Arcane with the Tunic counter, and then blocking the physical with a card. Michael arsenaling. He's up to 7 shackles now, so there's really only about a turn and a half left here. Playing again the Sigil from hand. So there's no Arcane Barrier 2, but there are 3 Sigils, and they've all seen the table, albeit one is still an arsenal. Question is it enough to get past the upcoming invert existences? Yeah, and those are a lot of the awkward blues that we've seen get pitched by earlier. But there's also some quality here with the Unhalloweds and the Boundings. But this is definitely where Michael needs to have, a decent non-attack action in hand to play off of Spellbound Creepers to generate enough action points to put those attacks out and threaten the damage necessary. With so few turns left in the game, the life totals are very relevant now. So hopefully we can get an update on that. I know, unfortunately, the lovely hosts at Red Riot Games are a little bit short-staffed on the stream today. So they're doing their best to both run the tournament as well as update the screen when they can. We're taking a look through graveyards and banished zones here, trying to figure out what threats still need to be worried about. Having a count of the deck, unfortunately that was off camera, so I couldn't quite see how many were left. But I can't imagine much is going to be left after the Shackle for 8 turn. So there's the Art of War. Choosing to banish the Bounding, draw 2. I'm assuming we're choosing Go again, because we've got 4 attacks in the Banish Zone that don't have natural Go again or ways of bringing themselves out quite effectively. Michael thinking exactly about the line of sequencing that he can play out here to, at this point, really just maximize action points and get, some threat back into the deck with that Unhallowed. So there's the captain's call. So there's a lot of pointing to cards, but it wasn't quite clear which effect was being applied on which card. So bounding costs 0, so Captain's Call does have to apply to it. So presumably Art of War is granting Bounding Demigone a +1 here. Either that or it's granting it go again, and then Captain's Call is granting it +2. So we're blocking out 6, it looks like. The nice thing about Brute is everything blocks for 3, except for the things that block for nothing, but you don't bring those in. And there's the second Art of War, banishing the Riftbind, pushing it over. Surely this one has to be go again, because you're really stacking up those action points there. You know what? Maybe we do see Eclipse come out now. If he can find a way. He'll need one more action point to get there, which could be done with those Spellbound Creepers, depending on what he drew off of that particular Art of War. So we're blocking the bounding with one card. Seeing the shackle into the other bounding, breaking the chain. And there's the last card out of Philip's hand. So anything else Michael can do is just going to be pushing a lot of damage. Does he have a way of continuing the turn, or does he just swing Rosetta Arsenal and see what the 8th Shackle flop offers him? I'm not sure if he has 1 or 2 cards left in hand now, unfortunately. Oh, there was definitely multiple cards there, so I'm sure we'll see something else exciting happen here. Michael's still thinking very hard about what to do with those last couple of cards in his hand. Whereas Philip doesn't have much thinking left to do. He's blocked with everything he's got other than his armor, and he's still sitting on that sigil in the arsenal. That may come out and be useful if Michael tries to win with a sneaky invert existence, because we've definitely seen Philip block with plenty of both attack actions and non-attack actions here. So we've seen the life counter updated to 19, which is quite a bit higher than what I had been expecting. So with that, it looks like Philip's in a very good spot at this point, actually. So we're going to see Nimblism, Captain's Call, Unhallowed, no Go Again, currently, but Spellbound Creepers is there, possibly offering an action point for generation. And now I think we're quite close to Eclipse being played out. I think if Michael can play one more Blood Deck card out from his hand and then that Riftbind, I think that's the 6 that he needs. But I'm uncertain, because these chain turns can sometimes take a long, long time. So we're pitching the invert to Spellbound Creepers, to Captain's Call, and then throw out that Riftbind. Which at this point will be coming in for eight. So, assuming the +2 is chosen from this Captain's Call, and it's at least a yellow or a red Captain's Call, the Riftbind would be buffed 1 for each of the 3 non-attack actions that have been played so far this turn, and then once +2 from the Captain's Call. That's immediately preceding it. Oh, so it looks like the Captain's Call selected Go Again, which gave the Riftbind 6 rather than 8, and then allowed the Rosetta swing afterwards. So I think Philip has... Oh, he's down to 4 life on that counter. If Michael did side for fatigue, odds are he will get to banish a full 8 cards or close to it from this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's not what you particularly want to see when you're playing to fatigue, but there are a couple of invert existences in there, and a bounding, and I believe an unhallowed. So long as there are a couple of non-attacks in hand to help generate some of those action points, I think between Rosetta and the inverts, Philip is in a very, very tight spot right now. There's the Soul Reaping. Wow. So we're banishing the Ghostly Visit. So Soul Reaping is going to be 6 with Go Again. So now it's just a matter of, can Michael generate the action points to play these cards out? With a Mavrian Skies, he definitely can. Mavrian Skies into Unhallowed. Coming in for 4. Maybe this is where we see 1 card and a Tunic just to block that Rune Chant generation. since all of his other armor is already tapped out. So blocking with Pack Hunt for 3. Oh, maybe it was a blue or a yellow Unhallowed Rites. But we're ending this turn here with a Rosetta, and then presumably a couple Invert Existences. So Philip at least gets to survive, albeit barely. Off of the strength of that Sigil of Solace in his arsenal. But it's going to be almost impossible to not leak a single point of damage to this chain anymore. Assuming that that life total of 4 is accurate. Now, hopefully if that's a blue, he can then pitch to block 1 Arcane 3 times over. So Sigil of Solace coming out of the arsenal, bumping him up to 7 life. So assuming that's a blue. Yeah. So Michael will definitely get to survive this turn, even if those invert existences come down. But it looks like, having pitched that card, they will not be coming down. And Michael will just have the opportunity to play them all out next turn. Oh, there we go. That looked like it was the game there. Philip knows that there's not much he could have done at this point, being out of sigils and not having the necessary arcane barrier. Well, it was, like many, a very hard-fought game for Levia. And unfortunately, it just didn't come out on top today for our low-tier hero. Michael looking very excited about Invert Existence, as just, it's a fantastic card, and it's now far and away one of the best ways to get Ursa out and ready to go, since it doesn't require an action point. You don't need to back it up with cards from your hand. You just need a resource point to play it out of your banish, and you're all set. So, while these players have their debrief, we will set up for our next round, which will be our semifinal, and see what that brings for us. Here we are with our Red Riot Games Pro Quest 1K semifinals, and we have a Starvo mirror match again. And something here also tells me that these two will be playing a nearly identical deck again, as I believe they do a decent amount of testing with one another, and they share a common store. Interesting that we're opening with the hammer pitch here, giving Sean a chance. Oh, no, sorry. Sean already arsenaled and passed back. So we've got just a hammer swing in response to a fuse. And it looks like it's going to be there it is, turn one fused Oaken. Starvo fused Oaken to boot. So we're crowning away presumably the crippling crush that just went into the arsenal that we spotted last time, and now there's cards to fuse in hand, but no defense reaction, unfortunately. So as a slight update, our top four is this Starvo mirror match, as well as a Starvo versus Chain match going on the other table. So hardly a shocking ProQuest, but we did see a hell of a performance out of Dash earlier today. Apparently Brandon narrowly missed out on top 8 just due to some tiebreakers, unfortunately. I think that would have been very fun to see. And we also saw Levia in that top 8, who unfortunately couldn't quite get there in fatiguing Chain. But as this game carries on, we're trying to mitigate some damage. A lot of cards have already been lost by Richard, debating whether he's just taking the evergreen damage. That's what it looks like he's doing. Sean managed to come in for 18 damage and end the turn with an arsenal, while sending 2 of Richard's cards to the bottom of his deck. And we're fusing again, rolling into the crown, drawing into a pulse. That could possibly buff, but we're just playing the evergreen out. Off of the tunic after the first resource from the flash was used to crown. So Richard now crowning, throwing in the rampart, trying to block 5 of this evergreen's 7 or 9. I'm still uncertain on the colors. So we're blocking with the crippling crush. And then there's, pulse into the hammer swing. So 8 threatening a frostbite. Oh, Richard's holding 2 channel like frigids in hand, though. So that could be slight way to try and slow down Sean, but I don't quite think it's worth the damage here. It might just be a block 6 Arsenal pass. Unfortunate that Sean has managed to fuse this many times while before a D-react has seen the board. Interesting that Rampart is being applied here, as I thought it was put onto the Evergreen play. An instance shouldn't break the chain anymore. Curious, but I'm sure the players have some rationale behind it. Either way, the frostbite was made. Presumably Richard is just going to Arsenal pass after letting Sean decide if he wanted to crown on his turn or not. And there we go. Fusing with the Pulse of Candlehold, immediately playing it into the Oaken, into a crown. Yeah, so there's the Evergreen coming in with the go again. Now the question is, what can Richard do to stop this onslaught of just continuously fused hands from Sean? Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get a peek at his hand there to see if he does have the D-React. Because at this point, I think he may need to just start playing them out, even on these Evergreens, just to stop the bleeding. Because there's been so much damage that's come through. So opting to crown. Very rarely a bad idea. Oh, so there is a Turn Timber and an Earth React in hand. And a Pulse of Candlehold as well. Something tells me that may end up being used. Oh, so we're opting to Arsenal the Winter's Grasp instead of swinging the hammer. So for the first time in a long time, Richard has a hand. Unfortunately, he can't fuse with it, as it's basically all Earth. But he may be able to get an attack and end the turn with an Arsenal. Oh, pardon me. It was all Earth and Lightning, so he was just short on the Ice. So Sean crowning away his extra Ice card, drawing into another Ice card. So unfortunately, no Starvo fused Oakenold, just a regular fused Oakenold for the 9 Dominate. That'll be coming up on his turn. So blocking 5 from this. Oh, possibly not even fusing the Oakenold. He's a card short now, it looks like. Unless he didn't put the Oakenold back to the top with Pulse of Candlehold. I may... Oh no, that is an Oakenold. And he had the Lightning Surge. I'm curious as to why he blocked in that instance. Was he missing the Earth? Either way, seeing the Oakenold with no on hit is a nice bit of respite for Richard, who hopefully can now take this opportunity for a little bit of a reset and see if he can start swinging the tempo back in his own favor. And for anybody who's just tuning in, the life totals are not at 40. They are much lower than that. Richard presumably hammering. Yep, and then ending the turn with an arsenal. Unfortunately, no ice. Because that one frostbite makes a lot of other Starvo hands quite awkward if you're hoping to pitch 2 blues to pay for a 3-cost attack and the hammer. Makes it a little bit awkward. It forces, some different tunic usage. So here we're seeing the tunic being used to play out the crippling crush. No dominate, but effectively buying another turn to draw into the Starvo fuse. So we're seeing the crown into, I believe that's a staunch response up at the top there. Now I don't think the staunch response comes into play quite yet. I think that might be an arsenal and use it for a tempo swing next turn. But we'll see how Richard decides to play it out. He's thinking on it. Oh, so the staunch is coming down immediately with the Oakenold. So we're seeing a lot of power cards coming out of both decks at this point. And there Sean drew into a defense reaction. But on a vanilla hammer for 4, I don't think he's too worried at this point. I think if he's got the fuse, he can really just keep the onslaught going. He's got an Oakenold in hand and a turn timber, so unlikely he's going to see the Starvo. Especially as I think we've seen almost all of his pulses go by. Crown with the Lightning Surge into a break ground. He's really debating about this Rampart play. So that's all 4 covered. This is going to be pitch Winter's Grasp into Unfused Oaken, into Arsenal turn timber. It is, so that's the second Oakenold we've seen played out this way. So, and we've seen the undominated Crippling Crush as well. Sean is also already down his Pulse of Candle hold, and we've only seen 1 defense reaction come from Richard so far. Or 2, possibly, sorry. I think, despite what the life totals are saying, I think Richard may be in a good position now to start really slowing this game down. Oh, and there's the staunch. So there goes that theory. Richard is playing out these cards quite aggressively. So we are using Exposed to the Elements to take Rampart offline. Richard's just going to arsenal that break ground that was revealed for the Exposed. So we'll see if that choice to not arsenal that staunch response is painful or not, depending on whether or not Sean has an on-hit effect this turn. So he's crowning just before the end of Richard's turn. And that's the last Oakenold. Wow, last time Sean was on, or the first time Sean was on camera today, he drew the back-to-back-to-back Oakenolds, and he's done almost the same thing right now as well. Unfortunately, these ones are not quite as impactfully fused, but they're still coming in quite strong. This one's fused, although just for the regular 9, not the Starvo buffed 11. And it's exactly for times like these that you maybe want to save the Red Staunch response and then throw, the Heaven's Claws at the Oakenold, maybe. We'll see what Richard draws into here. It's going to be 1 from the Crown, 1 from the Rampart. And he drew into the other Staunch response. There we are. So that's the 9 covered. But Richard's worked his way through a good amount of defense reactions quite quickly here. Sean counting to see exactly how many there are. Sean drawing into another turn timber. So I think we saw that first one get crowned away for later and also to draw a more aggressive card right now. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw this other turn timber follow suit on our next turn cycle. For the time being, Sean is willing to take the damage, take the frostbite, and then play out the Channel Lake Frigid for 3, costing 3 that is, 1 extra from the frostbite. Interesting remaining hand here. Is he going to pitch the Winter's Bite to play, was it a Break Ground in Arsenal? An Evergreen from Arsenal. There we are. That makes a lot more sense. So we're threatening some more damage here. And then Sean also gets to end with that turn timber in his arsenal. A good spot to be, and forcing Richard to have a very awkward turn no matter how he plays it out. Is that a second exposed? It is a second exposed. Very interesting. So double fusing the exposed, paying 3 for it. And turn timber and the tunic is going to pay for the 2 so as to not destroy the Crown of Seeds. And then we're putting a -1 on, I would assume, the Crater Fist. And then blocking this Evergreen with the remaining cards from hand. And Chandra's into another turn timber here. Not much to do with it for the time being. But maybe whack it in Arsenal and then play it out. Or crown it away. Then you're going to end up with, if this game does go to second cycle, just a hand with 2 turn timbers in, which is never good. So everybody's crowning and thinking. Rampart, so we're covering all 6. I think that was a yellow, so we probably are covering all 6. Channel Lake Frigid is gone. Richard taking up Tunic, presumably just hitting the Arsenal. Oh, our video has frozen, and it looks like we're back. So Richard has ticked up Tunic, pitched a Frostfang, swung the hammer, and presumably he's going to Arsenal that last card. Sean crowning to see if he can pull off the fused Crippling Crush next turn. Doesn't quite look like it, unfortunately, as he drew into an exposed to the elements. There goes the Crippling Crush down to block. I'd be curious to go through these graveyards to see what exactly the threat density is left in each of these decks. So swinging the hammer for 4, and then we're going to be arsenaling a Staunch Response. And then if that does get cycled away by Crown of Seeds, then that's going to be 3 consecutive defense reactions where it's going to go turn Timber, card, turn Timber, card, Staunch Response from Sean for if the game gets to that point, which it's very important to have defense reactions late in the game if you do plan on taking the game late, but having them that close to one another doesn't do too much unless you're going for a very strong fatigue strategy. But the ideal is have them spaced out 4 or so cards apart. That way you don't see them on the same turn. That way you can attack in between the uses. But, I mean, in Sean's case, you're being forced to pitch or crown away these kind of awkward defense reactions as Richard is being largely limited to just swinging the hammer on each turn. And part of that is also Richard's quite aggressive use of exposed to the elements here as well. So we've seen him play out 2 already, and one of those forced that turn Timber to go to the bottom of the deck on Sean's behalf. So here's Crown of Seeds. So even though Rampart is offline from the exposed, Crown of Seeds will still basically always cover the hammer. Unless you get caught with only 2 blocks in hand, which is a very real possibility in the Starvo deck, and looks like it just happened. But the exposed is coming down. Anyways, targeting that Rampart. So we're taking 1, no Frostbite since it was just an Evergreen that was pitched. And that's just going to be basically the same thing in response by Sean. Pitching, swinging the hammer for 4. No on-hit effect either. Richard is crowning away the Arsenal card. Oh, he does have a strong mix of elements in his hand. And there is no on-hit effect from this. Fortunately, Richard doesn't know about some of those defense reactions that we've seen Sean crowning away. Oh, there it is, the dominated Go Again Crippling Crush. Has Sean managed to draw into another defense reaction? It does not look like it. Although rather unfortunately, it looks like he drew into his own fused Crippling Crush that he won't be able to play out, it looks like. Oh, so he did have the Staunch in the arsenal there. It did stick around. And so that'd be covering the exact 13. And then Sean opting to take 4 in a Frostbite from that follow-up Hammer Swing. And then arsenaling that last card. It looks like, unfortunately, too much lightning, not quite enough earth for Richard to pair with that Oaken that he's drawn into. Winter's Bite, interesting. I can't quite tell if Sean has the Tunic counter up or not. I mean, rather unfortunately, Winter's Bite Blue, not always amazing into Starvo, as you can just pitch Crown and then use the one floating. Although Sean seems hesitant to do so, maybe because he particularly likes what's in the arsenal. So there's the unfused Oaken coming from Richard. There's the Crown now. It's going to be... It looks like Sean might just take this and then come in with a fused Break Ground, followed up by an Ice Hammer, arsenaling, I'm assuming the other Break Ground in his hand. Ooh, and that's a Crippling Crush in hand with a Lightning and some Ice. I don't know if there's Earth to back it up. Doesn't quite look like it. And there's the Ice Hammer for 4, as always. So we're starting to see the armor blocks coming out now. Richard deciding he can't quite afford to take that Frostbite, opting instead to keep that Tunic counter, possibly to Crown on Sean's next turn. Walking with the 2 Evergreens. Ice Hammer for 4 as Sean's going to refresh his arsenal with what looks like a Pulse of Eisenloft. And Sean will be fusing next turn. I don't think he's too fussed about taking this damage, but maybe he crowns it away, throws an extra card at it, saves a few life points. Blocking with the Frost Fang. So going again for the Starvo play of pitching the lightning, playing the earth, and then following it up with the ice on the hammer. And Sean also gets to arsenal that other break ground. Feels a little bit like deja vu. I think he's done the exact same thing a few turns ago. Richard did use the tunic to crown that away. And he does have a fused break ground that he could play out. But he may be a little bit tight on life to try to make that quite worth it. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw the second Crater Fist block come out on this turn. So we saw a block for 4 against the break ground. And then another block for 4. Then it looks like it's going to be an Ice Hammer into arsenaling the Pulse of Candlehold. Interestingly enough, had Richard blocked the either opted to crown later or blocked the hammer with his Heaven's Claw plus the Crater Fist, he may be able to pressure some fuse damage from a break ground here using that Pulse of Candlehold as the lightning. He's drawn just into lightning and ice, it looks like, one of which seems to be a Pulse of Volthaven. But Sean just coming in with the regular hammer and possibly a defense reaction left in his hand there. I couldn't quite tell if that was a staunch response or not. Oh, so there's now a phone on the table. I fear the screen capture may have frozen here, or there is a pause and play either at the player's request or possibly for a judging reason. Well, we will hang tight until we figure out exactly what's going on and or until things resume. Okay, our pause and play seems to be ended now, and we are back to crowning to block the hammer. Oh, and here comes the Crater Fist. And the uh, interesting. So there's Pulse of Volthaven into Hammer into refreshing the arsenal. All right, there we go. As we established, there was no Earth to fuse. My hesitation was partially based off of if you're intent on blocking the Frostbite, then maybe you keep that extra card in hand by using the Ironhide legs if you can pull off the fuse, but we can't quite. So Sean looking like he's prepared to block with 3 cards against this and just swing a hammer in response, letting his tunic tick up a little bit more. Oh, didn't quite get there. There's too many 2 blocks in the deck. But being able to use the tunic counter through the frostbite, well, pitching in order to use tunic counter, and then using that to swing the hammer for 4 with no on hit. But Richard's at the point where that is necessary and relevant, where 4 damage can't quite be ignored yet. Richard opting to pitch a 3 block to Crown in order to block with the other 3 block. There we are. Hopefully he can mount some kind of... Oh, not quite. Although if he could have kept the Heaven's Claw, this could have been fused. That may have been worth it to try and get something going. Even if he does have Sean on a defense reaction in Arsenal, then, which, there it is. You need to get it out some way or another, right? I suppose that's one way to do it. I'm looking at Sean's hand. It seems to be mostly ice. Playing out the Winter's Bite. Paying for a Shock Striker. Swing the hammer with ice on. Richard swinging the hammer back in response. And now it's likely that both players know roughly where they are in their pitch cycles and also know roughly where their opponents are as well. So we're seeing maybe some slightly more hesitant play in order to not fall into losing tempo swing to overcommitting to something that's going to end up getting blocked by a D react anyways. But for the time being, the players seem to be content to trading just 2-card hands with hammers or 2-card hands with raw evergreens. Sean counting Richard's deck out. There's only so many hammers you can block with 2/2 blocks without it adding up and without the use of Rampart anymore or anything fancy like Oldhim's hero ability. These decks do end up getting quite thin quite quickly. And even though there are a good amount of D-Reacts still left in these decks, I can only get you so far on the inevitability of a hammer. Sean looking to see just how many D-Reacts are left in there. Fortunately, I don't have a very good view. Well, Turn Timber is one of them, that's for sure. That one's gone now. Richard managing a fuse with Pulse of Eisenloft and Shock Striker. Now, at this point, there's an interesting decision to be made on Richard's side about whether or not you pitch the Pulse of Eisenloft to swing the hammer as a follow-up, which does two things. One, keeps your Lightning, Ice, and Earth right beside each other in a 2-card stack, and pushes you 4 damage in a potential on-hit. Or, if that Pulse of Eisenloft gets arsenaled, in case Sean is going to be coming in with his own large attack. So we're seeing the Turn Timber come out, probably signaling to Richard that, there's a strong chance that Sean may have something in response. Even though we as spectators know that this is Sean's 2 Turn Timbers and a Staunch Response back to back to back run of his deck. So we're going through and we're counting decks, or graveyards again and again. So Heaven's Claw and the Prevention from Crown of Seeds being used to block out the hammer. Richard managing to fuse again, playing out the Evergreen. It's going to run into another Turn Timber. So you're going right for the Turn Timber into the block. And I believe that was an Evergreen he revealed, paired with a Staunch Response also left in his hand. So here now we're crowning, waiting to use that Prevention onto the on-hit effect of the Ice Hammer, drawing into... Doesn't look like there's 3 block there, which would be what he was hoping for. So we may see the use of the Crater Fist depending on how much he values this hammer swing. So opting to not block on that frostbite and instead taking 3 damage. Again, pitching through the tunic to play out an evergreen coming in for some damage. And then arsenaling what I believe is a staunch response at this point. At this point, Sean knowing that this density of defense reactions can really just keep him swinging regular evergreens or regular hammers until Richard is out of cards that block in any meaningful capacity. Richard opting to take all of the damage for this fused Starvo into an Oakenold. There we are. And here it would surprise me if we saw the 1 point of block on a Crater Fist, pitching 6 for Staunch Response, which covers all 11 of the Oakenold, and then some type of block, and then an Arsenal on the hammer. Sean very much thinking through his blocks here. Going through the graveyard, making sure that there's at least one copy of something that he's looking for in this deck. So there's the Staunch, although we're blocking with the Shock Striker instead of the Crater Fist. Ooh, Lightning Surge out of Arsenal. Interesting. It's free, may as well, but it's also another card that's coming out of the deck, which may be relevant if Sean is attempting the fatigue plan. I think the life totals are basically equal at this point. All Sean's going to do is take up Tunic, Arsenal, pass. And here's another Starvo activation. And there's the Bright Ground. So Richard has definitely managed to swing the tempo and start pushing back on Sean. After breaking through all 3 of his very nice tall defense reactions, he's still going strong with diffused attacks. Sean electing to crown and draw into some more 2 blocks. Sean taking some damage here. Going down a little bit low now. So Oakenold and Evergreen are coming back to the top. And there goes all of Sean's armor. Block the entirety of the hammer, allowing him to swing back with Starvo. Something fused Starvo. Yeah, and there it is. It's going to be a fused break ground. Now the question is, if Richard can survive this turn and can swing back with his own fused Oakenold, then it might be enough. But it will cost him. Well, he has the turn timber, so he will definitely be able to survive. The question is, does Sean draw into a defense reaction on his next turn? Which he may have one left, I'm uncertain. Counted at least 4 in there, but there's also a good chance that I missed quite a bit with my eyes. I was giving us a second chance to take a look. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm getting anything extra on this go around. Richard is currently debating if this is the time to use turn timber or not. It looks like it is. So that's going to cover the full break ground damage. Sean now swinging the ice hammer, carrying the crown prevention over since turn timber overblocked on that non-red evergreen, or that non-red break ground, pardon me. Well, unfortunately, I don't think Richard can fuse the Oaken right now. He's just going to come in for 7. Is he going to drop the Pulse of Eisenloft here? Oh, very interesting that he was forced to do because he's stuck with a Blizzard and a Flash in hand. So here we go, swinging the hammer for 4. Unfortunately, going to demand 2 cards from Richard one way or the other. Unless he blocks with 1 card into Tunic and then can't fuse on the next go. Sean is only at 1, so it's not going to take that much to tip him over. Pretty sure both these decks are basically out of 3 blocks at this point as well. No, so he's counting how many attacks could possibly be dominated that are left in Richard's deck. Oh my. These players are nothing if not thorough. Sean's deck still looks like it has more than enough cards to keep going in this fatigue battle, but it's very unlikely that it's going to get there. A single dominated card from Richard probably is enough to end the game at this point. The question is just, can he keep enough cards to make it happen? Looks like the answer is not on this turn. But that's a lot of bad lightning cards left in Sean's hand. Which is what happens when these decks really start thinning themselves out. All in all, Richard's looking to be in a pretty good spot coming up. On his next turn, his Tunic counter will be at 3, which will allow him to have a 5-card hand, using 2 cards to block a hammer from Sean, and then the remaining 3 to fuse. Very certain on what's in the graveyard, in case it's changed since the last time. And there's the Starvo activation, and I believe that's still a break ground in the arsenal. There it goes. So there's some dominate here. Does Sean have anything to stop it? He drew into the turn timber. He does. It's unfortunate that Sean blocked with that Pulse of Eisenloft a few turns ago, because now he's being caught in these hands with just a lot of lightning. Or that last hand had a lot of lightning in. So Richard not ending the turn with an arsenal, but does still have the full tunic counter. So we're seeing a hammer for 4 coming from Sean. Unfortunately, Richard's stuck in a little bit of a reset turn here. Unless he wants to gamble it all. And then, oh, but he's got 2 winters. Oh, no. He doesn't have the earth, so it doesn't look like he can fuse, unfortunately. He's just debating on how to block the hammer. Giving it 2 cards. Swinging back with a hammer of his own. Now he will end with the arsenal. And then he has the opportunity to Tunic to turn on Crown of Seeds, move the arsenal away, draw another card, block with that card, and then block with Tunic to block the hammer swing, which leaves him enough cards to come in with some type of fuse, hopefully. Unfortunately, Sean not having the lightning this turn. Playing out just the break ground for damage instead. Taking a very deliberate thought about the block on this particular hand. Break ground opposing that, I'm guessing 5 or 6 damage is enough to be of a concern at this point. Richard's deck is looking very thin, although he does have that 1 extra life to play with. It looks like our stream has frozen a little. Oh, we're back. We have the full 5-card hand. There is a fuse there. Unfortunately, a lot of those cards need to be put down to block. Now the question is there an alternative where we can block with 2 cards and a tunic to survive, and then bet it all on this fuse that Sean won't have a defense reaction? Because surely with the amount of graveyard counting that's been happening, no, we're just swinging an Icy Hammer for 4. And then arsenaling that break ground. I would have liked to have seen Richard put the bets on here. I'm pretty sure Sean is out of defense reactions. And although I'm not certain, I'm sure Richard is 100% certain because these players have looked through each other's graveyards so many times that I don't know what mysteries could be left in the game. To be really sure. I apologize if I sound a little bit grumpy. I'm casting this on my own, and it is currently past 2 a.m. where I am. So I'm hoping this game reaches its conclusion quite soon, as I'm sure you are, because I'm pretty sure we've been at the 2-to-1 life threshold for about 20 minutes. And in all honesty, I've run out of things to say. Although I will say Sean does have a good density of 3 blocks in his hand, so he can get away with losing 1 card off of this. Unfortunately, he's not got much of any follow-up. Unless he wants to play out the Channel Lake Frigid into a hammer swing. Although now that Richard has an arsenal, that plan is quite a bit less efficient. Interesting, we're just playing out the Icy Encounter here to help thin out the ice from the bottom of this deck. Make it more likely to hit that fuse. Oh, here we go. Richard's got to play. He's got the pulse, and he's got that flash that we saw go down a few turns ago. He's got, I believe, Evergreen that he managed to stash in the arsenal. There we go. So that's staying. That's the game. Even if it wasn't, that Evergreen would have gone right back to that very thin deck, and we would have seen the same thing in 2 turns. But very well played. Good game to Richard. Coming out just on top of Sean. And I believe that leads us into our Starvo versus Starvo Grand Finals, which I imagine will be starting very soon. But before that, I will be taking a quick break, but I will see you all for that.